Right, welcome back to Budleigh Salterton. Lunch has just finished. An excellent lunch, I think all the players felt. We've just started again in this game 2 of the Lyons Patel Lawrence Morgan match. We left it at lunch. Debbie had just gone round and laid a diagonal spread. The Americans have missed, and Samira's misapproached hoop 1, and so it now is run off into the corner. The other 2 matches have recommenced as well. On Lord 6, Zach Watson is just approaching hoop 2. And Matt Essex ball is on 4 back, and the opponent's Gabrielle is on 4 back, and Harry is on 2. He got popped to hoop 2. And the clouds are broken up at Budleigh, and it's a lovely sunny afternoon. Little bit of a breeze. It's due to get very hot in the UK again in the next couple of days. We're going to have another one of these occasional summer heat waves that we have, where temperature shoots up to about 30-32 centigrade. Upper 80s, lower 90s Fahrenheit for our American friend. Today it's probably 22 centigrade here, which is lower 70s Fahrenheit. So almost perfect playing conditions. Right, you can see in the background Chris Clark there watching. David Warhurst, who's been the main club guy sorting stuff out, here with his Union Jack hat on. 3 years ago this week, David Warhurst did the final game to win Tier 2 for Scotland, which they'll be looking to defend next year. So as a recap, the whole test match, which is best of 21, so you need 11 matches to win, is currently tied at 5-all. We got 3 doubles matches today, and then there will be 6 singles matches tomorrow, and 2 of the first round of singles matches haven't yet completed. They didn't have enough time on the first night. They started last night fairly late and had to peg both games down, and so once the doubles are finished today, we will expect to have those singles games to complete the match. You'll see quite a lot of club members in the background today. It's the regular Saturday afternoon GC roll-up. Better close the door, crowd are getting lively. Right, so Stuart now. Blue is shooting down at red, it looks like, which is out in the lawn. Yellow is on the boundary. And he's shot at his black in the corner 4 and missed. Now we have the cameraman in yellow, Mark Hutley, spends half the year in New Zealand and half in Budleigh. He's done a sterling work on the camera this week. As you can see, the picture from the camera that Mark's using is really high quality. The other 2 cameras are fixed ones that can be controlled by there's James Golpin doing a sterling job this week on controlling the cameras, and they're remote controlled. You can zoom in and out. James showed me earlier how good you could zoom in on them. Alright, Samir has just managed to keep yellow on the lawn. So you can see the hedge blowing slightly in the breeze there. There's a nice breeze has picked up, which is quite often happens in Budleigh in the late morning, early afternoon. You get a sea breeze coming in off the sea.
Have you done anything before with this kit? No.
Because the Budleigh Club is actually, it's 11 lawns and actually is quite high up. And even such a large area, it's surprisingly difficult to find if you don't know where it is. Some historical background. The club was actually primarily a tennis club before the war. I think they would have 3 or 4 permanent croquet lawns, but the bulk of all the rest of it was tennis. And as some of you will have heard earlier, this lawn Samir is playing on is laid on top of 2 old hard-court tennis courts. So the Budleigh Club is unusual in that it's was primarily tennis, has now become almost wholly croquet. There's no tennis played here at all. It's partly thought that after the war all the young people had left, and there were only old people left in the town, so they were too old to play tennis and they played croquet. But I think that's a bit of a myth, because on the notice boards as you come into the club, there's an honours board for the tennis tournaments they used to hold here. It would be on the pre-Wimbledon circuit, and there were some quite well-known names in the tennis world featured on there. Mark Cox, Drobny, of famous Czech tennis player, Anne Jones, who was one of the few British Wimbledon lady winners. Right, Samir now is setting up a corner cannon. Samir's yellow is for hoop 1. So he positions them so yellow is touching black. So he's striking yellow. He's taking croquet from black. And in that shot, he has done the croquet stroke, but also rushed blue over towards hoop 1. Now he's quite a couple of yards shorter than he would have liked here. I find that you tend not to see so many corner cannons played like that as you used to. I think it's partly because of this situation where he's ended up further away from the hoop than he would have liked. A lot of players will just take the little croquet stroke.
I have a cool commentator always.
Ah, right. And we got another commentator here, Kevin Wright.
Hello there.
From Scotland. Basically used to talk.
Who's playing?
So just to get Kevin up to speed, we're now in game 2 of a best of 3. Samir Patel and Debbie Lyons won the first. Debbie did a very good TP, triple peel, which is where she peeled. She was playing red and she peeled yellow through the last 3 hoops and pegged them out. And now we're into game 2. Debbie took red to 4 back, laid a diagonal spread, and we finished for lunch. And now Samir is finding difficulty getting going. The lawn has speeded up a little bit. It is starting to look a little bit faster around hoop 1.
Mm.
So Kevin, if you could just introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Kevin. As Chris said, I moved down from Scotland almost a year ago now, actually. And joined the club last year. I'm very much enjoying the croquet and the weather down here this year. Excellent lawns here, very good lawns.
Yes, I was speaking with some of the American players last night. They went out for all the players went out for a night out at the Salterton Arms, which is one of the pubs in Budleigh.
Yeah.
It was quite loud because it was a band playing, a not very good band. But Matthew Essex said to me he really likes, in particular, lawns 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Because they a bit more variable pace to them. We're also using lawn 8 for the singles. Yeah, so Samir, after that,
Yeah, playing a safety shot.
after that cannon, not getting in front of the hoop, so he's now just run away.
So how do the Americans find the lawns compared to their lawns? Are they much the same?
Matt felt that lawn 8 is much more like an American lawn. Easy paced,
Right.
fairly consistent.
Yeah.
Because it would have been nice if we hadn't had the rain the other day,
Yeah.
because it did slow the lawns up. probably by next Thursday, with the hot weather due in the next couple of days, it'll be perfect again.
It's pretty warm today.
Right, so now we've got Stuart shooting for black.
Oh,
He's
close, but my daughter lives in Kentucky, in the USA, but I'm not sure whether they've got any croquet clubs there. Never seen any.
Well, if they do, they probably play 9-wicket croquet.
Yeah, I think it's more
croquet.
backyard. I think it's more backyard. They have spoken about backyard croquet, but there's the grass, of course, is a lot coarser
Yeah.
than we have here.
Well, I think one of the famous American croquet players, Archie Birchfield, and the stories about him are legion. I think he might have come from Kentucky.
All right.
And Samir has missed.
Samir.
James? TV. That's probably all right. And what we're watching this on a big TV screen, and we can, where we're sat, we can actually see the lawns. But the TV just said, I'm going to turn myself off. Right, on the other lawns, I can see in lawn 5, Stephen Mulliner's in play, and it looks like he's on a triple, having done one peel, because he's just approaching hoop 6. On the other lawn, Zach Watson's in
That was a nice shot.
play. Yeah, Zach Watson's in play, and I'll try and figure out which hoop he's for. I think he's on it looks like he's on a triple, and is for hoop 6, having done one peel. Yeah, that's definitely right. He's now moving the peelee to hoop 6. So Lawrence and Morgan having quite a long discussion here, because this game has got into one of these scrappy phases that games occasionally get to, and the balls are all over the place.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mark Hardy on that, he's usually pretty good at giving us like close-up players. So I'll do that when they're lining up their shot. But then I'll always try and have a wide angle so that the commentators can see where the ball ends up and they know whether it's a good or bad pioneer. So here I'll probably stick with this for now, and then when he plays the shot, switch to this one, and I'll try and keep these two in shot.
I think it's coming down for red, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, because red's in the middle of the lawn, roughly peg high.
Yeah.
He's a yard or two short there.
Yeah, just short.
On lawn 6, Zach is lining up for
Whatever you decide.
the penalt peel, and Stephen Mulliner is just about to make one back.
2. So I'll watch you and move the opposite.
Zach Jaws is
I'll just keep an eye on it.
the peel. It's a big rush from Stephen down to the south boundary. So he's got a similar shot to the one that Samir had a couple of minutes ago.
Got an opportunity here. Yeah.
Right, I'm trying to wave to see if I can be seen in the camera, because we're actually sat in that first window that you can see behind the big pole that's got the high camera.
A little bit short.
Yeah, I think he'll run away there. Join back up with Blue. All right, and we've had a reply from Vilo in America. Yes, Archie was the great Kentuckian legend.
Oh, was
The
he?
USCA had to
Right.
change US 6-wicket laws due to Archie being so creative.
Right.
Yeah, from what I've read, he seemed to have been quite a character, did Archie?
Yes, we need to move red.
Yeah, even though GB want to play yellow, red is just too good a pioneer for blue and black. So Debbie, who's for 4 back, is now shooting at, looks like black.
Blue.
Blue. Oh, ooh, that was
far
close.
off.
Yeah, one of the problems I find watching this at home is you can't see these hoops
Yeah, that's right.
because the quadway is stainless steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I've noticed that watching some of the video from Spain is they seem to tape the top 2/3 of the upright in white or paint it white,
Yeah.
so the hoops look odd from a distance on the camera because they look very short because you can't see the silver bit. Yeah, Curtis Drake knew Archie very well and has a lot of great stories. So Stephen now just plays red out in the lawn, slightly giving himself a bit of a cut rush to hoop 1, which he's cut straight into red.
Sometimes it's a cruel game.
Oh yes. I'll find it incredible the number of times things get in the way.
Yeah.
The peg is very easy to hit when you don't want to.
Yeah.
Right, on lawn 6, Zach's at 2 back. And red is in front of Rover, ready for the peel. So if he completes that triple peel, that'll be 2-0 to the Americans. They'll put them 6-5 up. And on lawn 6, Tom Boulding is now about to approach hoop 4, which is where he broke down earlier on the third turn of the game. So Stephen's triple came to grief at 2 back. And Mark's having a rest. We've got a new cameraman over on.
Oh, don't go there.
Who's on the camera?
John.
John.
Is it John Crawley?
What are you asking me now?
John Cowley, I think.
John Cowley.
I know his own admission, it's the first time on the camera, so you
Yeah.
have to bear with him a little bit.
Right, Debbie's now shooting for one of blue probably.
One of the Americans, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Oh, and
still
she's
hit.
just clipped it. And Zach has just crept through 3 back and is staring at it. And looks like referee's
nice.
coming on. He's got a hampered shot after 3 back, having done 2 peels. And Tom is just about to make hoop 5. So Mulliner and Good are 2 back and Penalt. And Boulding is making hoop 5. And Carl Maloof is still on hoop 1. Matt Essick has just had to run up to get the mallet to
Must be some adjustment on the hoop.
bash the hoop in, but Zach has just crept through.
We've got quite a number of the hoops that we've just crept through.
Yeah. Well, hoop 5 has been quite a problem in this game.
It has. Yeah, Debbie had 2 of those on her way to a triple.
Yes. Well, Stuart broke down it
Yes, he did.
with virtually
Same.
exactly the same shot that Debbie had. So Debbie's for 4 back, so she's just going to try and give some kind of leave here. That's probably not the best shot she's ever played.
Yeah.
Red is
Sort of in the middle.
about 15 yards short of where she wanted to be.
Slightly wide join with yellow, I assume next.
Right, Zach was successful in his hampered shot, so now he's rolling up to 4 back with yellow, and red is almost in front of Rover. So one good thing about the commentary today is we don't have Pilates classes in the room behind us, which has been slightly disturbing for the commentary in the last couple of days. Because we're actually sat in the veranda of the clubhouse, which is normally used by the bridge players. The Budleigh Croquet Club has a very big bridge section. Zach's safely through 4 back and is now about to approach penalt. Yeah, because it says we've got 48 watching. It's probably not quite so much today because people are playing.
I don't think that. It's a corner of the lawn we can't actually see, isn't it?
No.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ah, right, he must have
Okay.
hit.
nice one. It's too far.
Yes, Stuart's going to have a long backward takeoff now to hoop 1.
Yeah.
Getting in front of this hoop 1's not easy. On the other lawn, Zach is about to set up for the straight rove appeal. Which, if he gets, will put the USA 6-5 up in the test match. Tom's round 3 back and is setting up for a leave. Zach's got the peel.
Yep, that's good.
Oh, very
Nice
good.
shot for a break. No. Yeah.
And a little jump there from Stuart. So Zach has successfully rushed red up. He's got about a 2-3 yard peg out to take America 6-5 up.
Yeah, it's nicely lined. That's a good lead from Tom on the far side.
Yeah.
And Zach completes
You need to,
completes the peg out in one shot. To they win the match 2-0, and USA go 6-5 up.
Looks like it'll be a shot down the line from Stephen.
In the other game, Tom has just gone round giving a sort of diagonal spread.
He was definitely hiding. Well, it's going to be Jack. Jack went the shot down the line.
And Jack's lifting black, which is for penalt, and he's going to take the long lift down the boundary. And Jack has missed the long lift. Recap of the one game up.
USA are going to take hoop 3, I think, yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit longer than you'd like.
It is a bit longer than you like, but no problem.
Straight through. Yeah, just a box standard 8 or 9 yard return.
Yes, long run. And now into no man's land. You got 2 8-yarder.
Yeah.
It's a mark rocket distance.
Yeah.
Yep.
And centre balls it. Something gets commented on regularly is, there's a black spot on the camera, can you get rid of it? Well, they can't.
Yeah.
It is a bit annoying at times. You think it's another ball.
Okay. Nice roll with a 5, so. Yeah.
In the distance behind the white flats, you can actually see the sea and the coastline stretching along the Devon coast into Dorset, and on a very clear day you can see Weymouth. Right, so Stuart's gradually getting this under control.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Nice 2-foot hoop.
So through route 4 and Pioneers at 5. So
Yep.
should be break should continue this.
On the other lawn, Kyle has just rushed down to hoop 1, and he's slightly behind it, but should be able to cope.
And a nice Pioneer for hoop 6.
What we might see here now is an early 2-back Pioneer,
Yeah.
because generally in most leaves it's felt that you should make 2-back off your partner,
Yeah.
which in Stuart's case here is black. So he might well be looking here to get black to
Take black
2-back.
over to 2-back. Yeah.
Right, and lawn 5, Ian Lyons is having to go out to bash a hoop in because Kyle has only just crept through hoop 1.
Yeah. Maybe
So now we'll
push
see
it
if
over to hoop
yeah,
2-back, I think.
black's going to 2-back. Yeah.
And blue up to yellow. Yeah.
We got a few spectators here. Most people actually under the veranda or were earlier because it is quite hot sitting
Right.
out in the sun. The main clubhouse here faces almost due east, so until mid-afternoon it does get the sun and can get quite warm. So it'll be interesting now to see which leaves Stuart's thinking of doing. We'll have a better idea after 1-back. He'll probably be doing a diagonal spread. That seems to be the favourite this week. Right, on lawn 5, Kyle has hit the hampered shot. But his hoop 2 Pioneer is by the peg. So yellow has gone fairly deep. If he's looking to do a diagonal spread, he really would have liked the yellow to be much closer to the peg than that.
Yeah.
But he's still got 2 hoops to tidy it up. Now this is quite often a key shot, is how good your 3-back Pioneer is.
Well, it's looking a bit past it, but nice.
Yeah, he's nice and close to two back.
Yeah.
She's got a slight brown patch in front of it. Right, looks like Kyle's got into problem here,
Yeah, I think
and he's managed
wired
to
his ball.
cross-wired himself at the peg, and he's shooting for the opponent ball in corner 4, which he misses. That just seemed a crazy shot, because he's just given them the balls.
Maybe he's going to cross-wire them at...
Well, I wouldn't have, with a lift, I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
This does seem strange tactics here. I think he was possibly trying to rush yellow past red to stop it back to the peg. But
Okay.
no, he might try a new standard leave here. Oh, and he's put red a bit further than he'd liked.
Yeah, he actually rocated.
So he's got to now position it from further than he'd like. This is very easy to actually accidentally put it in the hoop. It bounces off. You don't hit it hard enough. You hit it too hard. Yeah, that's a little short because that will be open now.
That'd be...
Yeah, this is all looking a little bit ragged. So in lawn 5, Kyle has missed Jack's ball in corner 4. So Jack now, who's for penalt, could make the last 2 hoops and do a killer leave. Because he won't be conceding a lift. Right, now that yellow's in no man's land. That leaves Debbie quite a short shot. I think Stuart's going to be quite disappointed with this leave, having had such control at one back.
So where will he go now, Chris? Do you think where will he put them?
Probably, possibly peg high. Yeah, where he's put his mallet. I think that's where he's looking at. He's now going to check the lift shot. Because Lyons and Patel have now got a lift because Stewart went through one back.
Yeah.
And they can lift the ball to the end of a balk. So basically in line with hoop 5. So what he really doesn't want to do is give a treble target. Yeah, it's giving a rush to yellow.
Yeah. Well, I think somehow we want to play yellow anyway, will they not?
Yes, Lyons and Patel want to play yellow because that's the hoop 1 ball. They might take the shot down the boundary, the long shot, which is the standard play.
Hard to tell with the angles from here, isn't it? Just how red is
Yeah,
placed with the others.
Yeah, I think it would be a tricky rush on red to hoop one, but it is rushable over this way. And we're joined in the commentary box by Liz Williams, known to many UK croquet players as the previous manager of the CA, Liz Larson.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't add much commentary. I'm not an expert in this.
Well, you can give history of Budleigh.
Going back a long way.
Liz has known Budleigh all her life. The story is her great aunt came over the cliffs with her mother in the First World War and said, "I'm going to retire here," and that's what she did.
Yeah.
And then lots of other relations moved here.
Oh, it's a nice place to retire to.
That's what we plan to do.
Do you? Yeah. You're in Wales.
And at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Sylvia, I love to call her little wayward leave and abandonment.
Mm.
Yeah, looks like yellow's going to be lifted and they're going to take the short shot.
Try not to get people when they're like bending over behind them. It's like, we're going to try and get the front shot.
If Samir can hit this, he's got a very good chance of a triple.
Yeah.
Nice coming across.
Yeah, quite a crucial shot this, isn't it? Because if he hits, it's a good chance of a triple, as you say, but if he misses, it's rather handing it over.
Yeah, it's a good chance for triple for Stephen Morgan.
Yes.
Right, big shot now of the Great Britain captain Samir Patel. As you can see, Samir plays Irish grip and now has a bent handle
Yeah.
to help his wrists. Similar to the one that Robert Fulford, the world champion, has. And he's missed. He's clipped the hoop, which has knocked it offline. Yeah, that's the kind of one actually they could do a replay on. Because in the GC they did quite a lot of replays.
Yeah.
Whereas in AC, there aren't as many shots where you perhaps want to have a replay.
That was a pretty crucial one.
Yeah. Well, he's ended up in a useful place actually, because it's a little bit harder for.
As you say, it's where the red is rushable over to
Yeah.
hoop 1, isn't it?
Because generally here you want to be approaching red from corner 4,
Yeah.
but it's tricky to get that. Ideally, black wants to hit yellow, but it's too far away to
To risk it.
Mm.
No, what is it?
Whereas if
7 yards maybe?
yeah, but it's a stupid shot to take, really. So one option would be to rush blue in slightly, take off behind yellow to
And
get.
try and hit it down to corner 4.
Yeah. Right, on lawn 5, Jack's still in play, and it looks like they are, yes, setting up a killer leave. They're trying to cross wire the Americans at hoop 1 or 2 back, which is what Stephen Mulliner's for.
Oh, he's going for yellow. I think
Yeah,
it's
centre balls it. He's hit it too well, actually. He's made his shot even more difficult.
I guess he didn't want to be close if he missed that. Okay, so black will go over to yellow. What was it? Hoop 2. Yeah.
That's a very good shot.
Yeah, it's all down to how.
I think most players would have just taken a take off there and left yellow where it was.
Yeah, you can probably get onto red, can't you? I would think. See from that angle.
Yeah, he's in a good position to be getting
Oh, is that
onto
good?
it. Yeah,
Oh, no, that's good.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, nice.
That's pretty good. He's going to have a backward takeoff. Oh, he's almost right behind the hoop.
Yeah. It's always the question, is it, which side do you take off from when you're
Yeah.
in line? I think he's towards the centre of the lawn, isn't it?
Yeah, we can see here how small the shadows are. It's 2:30, 2:38 in the UK in the afternoon. And he's through that
Yeah.
easily, and fortunately Roquet's red.
Yeah.
Right, on the other lawn, Mulliner and Good, Jack Good in play, has managed to cross wire the opponents at 2 back, and they've come up towards corner 3. So as a recap, Stephen Mulliner broke down at 2 back on a triple, having done 1 peel. Well, Stephen's got a very good chance for triple now. He's got all the balls out. He's going to be putting blue as a hoop 3 pioneer. He's picked this up very well.
Yeah, nice pioneer to 3.
So on lawn 5, Carl Maloof has shot up and missed. So Stephen Molyneux has a 5 hoop break and peg out to win the match and make it 6-all. I think they won it. Yes, because Good and Molyneux won the first, so
Looking to peel blue here away.
yeah, he's done really well here. He's picked it up and it's got a standard triple now by hoop 3.
Yeah. I think it made contact with blue there, that was the...
Yeah, slightly longer peel than you'd like, and also red's a little bit deeper than you'd like.
Yeah.
You see, this is about 20 seconds behind.
Ah, okay.
This is what people are
Yeah.
viewing.
Yeah. Here we go, going for the peel. 4 back. Oh, right.
Yeah, that's fine. Jawsing it.
Yeah.
Did it with a nice straight peel. Playing the peel straight means you're much less likely to have any pull.
Mm.
Now, one of the big debating questions always is, when you've jawsed 4 back peel, do you go back up after hoop 4 or after hoop 5?
Mm.
Because generally, if you've peeled it, you would go after hoop 4.
Yeah.
But general consensus is you don't go up after hoop 4 if you've jawsed it.
Because you want to get it through Connaught next as well, won't you? So,
Well, it's not so much that, it's the getting back down to
yeah.
your hoop 5 pioneer. I think this is what he's thinking now. Do I rush it up now? Or
I think he does.
yeah, he's rushing it up to hoop 6.
Yeah. So, likely go over to blue now.
He might do. The trouble is, red is. He is. Yeah, red
Yeah.
is not a brilliant pioneer because it's on the wrong side of the hoop.
Mm.
But that might be why he has gone up here, because doing it after hoop 5 means you need to have a forward rush, and where position red is, it's slightly more difficult to get the forward rush. Now on lawn 5, Stephen Mullina's now up to 4 back. He's got everything under reasonable control. Now Stephen's got quite a long takeoff
He
here.
has, yeah. But I think that's looking okay.
Yeah, that's looking good. That's almost perfect. He's on the correct side.
Yeah.
He's got a straight rush to the place you want to be approaching it from. Stephen Mullina's now for penalt. 2 hoops to make
Yeah.
to win the match for GB. And Stephen's safely through hoop 5. That hoop 5's caused a lot of problems today.
Yeah, it caught a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, he still had quite a bit of wire.
Yeah.
I don't think he really wanted to go there,
I think he's going to try
because ideally,
bring blue over to Connaught, will he?
yeah, but he hasn't got a 1 back pioneer. So Stuart's rushing on to now discuss it.
Yeah.
Really, he wanted to rush that red towards corner 3.
Yeah. Get behind.
So what he might do here now is make yellow
Yes.
the 1 back pioneer. So he'll try and get behind blue, rush blue near yellow, put blue into peeling position, make 6 off yellow, but sending yellow over towards 1 back. And Stephen Mulliner has 1 hoop to make, and he's got his partner ball a couple of inches from the peg. Because what Stephen can do now is put yellow as a short 1 back pioneer, run the hoop hard down to red,
Yeah.
and then send red to 2 back, getting a rush on blue, peeling it. He's got the danger here of hitting blue. Right, Stephen Mulliner is now pegging out. So that gives Mulliner and Good a 2-0 win over Balding and Maloof. So, yeah, it's a very good win. So that makes it 6-all.
All being very close.
Ah, right, I wasn't watching here. He must have hit blue.
They've hit blue into the corner, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, see, he wasn't doing the optimal line of play to guarantee the triple there, I don't know.
Yeah.
Looks like he's trying a speculative peel from here.
Okay.
And just managed to stay on the lawn.
Do we try and peel after 1 back? That would, do you think?
Probably with a death roll down to 2 back.
Yeah.
Which, because red is a bit short,
Bit short. Yeah. Black is.
that's why it's called a death roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a little bit quiet, so I'll bring it closer to
Ah, right.
Mm.
So
It's a
He's-
sort of poor
he's-
pioneer for 3 back. But nevertheless, it's in the area, isn't it?
and I don't think. Ah, yes, he's got a chance of
Got a chance of appeal.
a death roll here. It's just,
Mm.
it's getting all a bit ragged.
It's not easy because he's got to get up to red, hasn't he, as well?
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's very good.
There's pretty much no lines I can think of like this across the entire country.
Yeah, what's he doing? Now Stephen does have a chance of getting a rover peel in here.
He does.
Yellow's not.
Not best position.
No, I think he.
So he
think
might use blue to get a better position on you.
I think he might not bother here.
You can always peel blue through with his.
Ideally, he wanted. It's Invictus ball. Ideally, he wanted yellow slightly deeper.
Yeah.
Oh, black's just clipped blue, so I don't think. He can't get it.
No.
No, so he'll be lining up to have a straight row appeal.
Looks like beers are being wheelbarrowed somewhere.
Yes, Invictus balls. That's not ideal.
Then take off.
Yeah. I think he'll be disappointed getting to this position, considering where he was. That's
That
looking
looks
good.
good.
Yeah, that's right in front.
Yeah.
Nicely through.
I wonder if I come over to blue to try and straighten it up a bit for the peel.
He probably will, because otherwise he's got to roll up.
Yeah.
Red is a yard or two short of where you'd ideally like it,
But it's
but it's on the right side
on
of
the
the
right
hoop.
side, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to straighten up a bit.
Now some people might rush this up and shot it back down, but he's going for the
Just do a thin take.
thin takeoff.
Yeah. So England might not get back on the lawn at this, right?
GB.
GB, in fact.
Sore point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little short, but he should be able to cope. Oh, that's good. Right onto the wire. You quite often like that when you hit it too hard.
Yeah.
And the wire stops it.
What is it at the moment? It's 6 each at the moment, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. These players make it look so simple, don't they? That's so easy. Whereas it's not.
No, especially on a tricky lawn.
Mm. Mm. There's the rover peel coming up.
Right, so reasonably straight row appeal.
Oh, right. Oh, that's okay though.
Well, that's ideal.
Yeah.
That's what you want. You either want to go through a decent amount or stick in the
Stay
jaws.
there, yeah. Yeah.
The worst thing is to go through by a couple of inches and then not be able to hit anything.
Mm.
Right, so Stephen just has the rush now to the peg, which will equalise and take us into game 3. Yeah, nice
Yeah,
rush to the
nice
peg.
rush, yeah.
No danger of a grievous. which is when you rush the ball onto the peg
Yeah, that's right.
and then you haven't got
Can't take
anything.
a second shot.
Players, and I include myself in that, have lost games when you've done a grievous.
Mm.
And he
That
pegs them
is.
both out in one shot. That makes it 1-1. Right, we'll probably be having a little break now for a few minutes.
And then I give it a like shot.
This was their second game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have a break for a bit.
Okay.
So how long have they been on the road to get to that point?
Sorry?
How long have they been on the road to get to that
Yeah, I
point?
know.
Was it a couple of hours? Or?
Okay, so this is game 3, which has now started, and Samir has hit him. So Samir got himself a nice rush to hoop 1. Ooh, yes. Probably a bit further than he wanted.
Were you looking for me then? Because I could see we were doing.
No, it's all right.
Thought it might be one of those tricks from a comedy film.
No. Is it scoreable, the yellow, do you think?
I doubt it. Yes, there's just been a slight crowd incident at the end of the last game. There was loud discussion from a couple of spectators who thought that Stephen Morgan had switched balls during his break.
Oh.
And the slight problem is that Debbie and Samir could hear this, which then must have put doubt in their minds.
Mm.
So I've gone back and checked, and no, Stephen played black all the way through the
Okay.
game.
So at this level, they never play alternate stroke.
Well, quite often they do, and there was a little debate. I wasn't here on the first day, but I was watching the stream, and they were about to start, and then there was a sudden debate, and the manager came over, and it turns out they were debating whether they could play alternate stroke.
Okay.
Now, I think the conclusion that was come to was that they couldn't. Now, if this was a Croquet England event, it would be allowed.
It would, yeah. In fact, you can have one playing alternate stroke and one
Yes,
not.
this season there's been a change where until last year, both sides, neither side played it or both sides did, whereas there was a change this year or last year to allow if one side wants to play alternate strokes, they will.
I think it was last year because in Scotland we didn't have the change last year.
Right.
And there were some,
Yes, you are right. I remember the Intercounty AC Championship, which is at the end of May, down at Southwick and Compton, which is all doubles, 6-player teams, so each match between counties is 3 doubles. And I played alternate strokes with my partner in every match, or every game. And quite a lot of our opponents didn't.
Mm. Well, there's a lot of debate going on here. What are they going to do?
Well, I think they're thinking of where to run away to with yellow. I quite like alternate stroke doubles, and in the counties last year and this year you get 10 games, and I played them all as alternate stroke doubles, and all my club league matches I've played as alternate stroke doubles.
I think it's a great game when you've got a low handicap and a high handicap, because you can get a lot of tutoring in as well, can't you?
Yes, yeah. It can be quite difficult in those circumstances, because if you do the standard Roquet Croquet continuation and Roquet all 3 balls, one player has the croquet strokes every other hoop.
Yeah.
And generally you want the better player to be playing the croquet stroke.
Yeah.
But if you're really clever and you approach the hoop correctly, you can make it such that the weaker player runs the hoop and then hits the other ball. So effectively, the better player then has the croquet strokes.
Yeah. Okay, we're just going back to black, I think.
It does mean as well when you're playing alternate strokes, you get as much play as your partner. You can get circumstances where one partner plays a lot and the other has one shot.
Yeah, that's right. I've actually been in some doubles games sometimes where there's been a low handicap and high handicap, and the low handicaps try to do everything by peeling and so
Yeah.
on, and the high handicap hardly ever gets on the lawn.
Well, that was why in handicap they brought in the rule that the better player could only peel 4, whereas in level that's not the case.
Yeah.
And in the intercounties about 10 years ago, Robert Fulford was playing with his wife Susan, who was playing at the time, and Susan was a reasonable player, but Robert was just so good that he peeled her through many, many hoops.
Yeah.
They were a very successful pair.
Yeah.
One of the drawbacks of alternate stroke is you do lose a bit of flow because you're not playing every shot,
That's right. Yeah.
and also it does get quite confusing when you play out a sequence. There's quite often then a big debate about, right, what do you do now?
That's right. No, that was quite a hard hit he went for there, wasn't it? Harder, okay. Is he going to go down to black and blue? Or? I think so. Yeah, bit short. So Samir's probably got an 8 or 9 yarder here.
Comment from Andrew Simons. Samir has struggled to find the pace of the lawn today by his own very high standards, under-hitting his separating leave shots especially.
Mm.
Well, one of the slight problems is the lawn's a little bit too paced because I believe they turned the watering system off for a while.
Right.
And so there are some much greener patches.
No, I think
Samir's
it's gone
just
through the
missed.
middle.
Yeah. Right, this should be a ball to 4 back
Yeah.
for.
Well, they've got a pioneer, I think, at one already, haven't they?
No, it's down by hoop.
Oh, it's
4.
down by 4. Yeah.
Marks on this one. So these shots quality.
Right, as we can see, the car park's full now. There's been a largish Saturday afternoon GC roll-up. They're all finishing now and going for tea.
So I think this is the only game being played at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, the other two doubles matches have finished. 1-1. So we have this final game in the doubles to play, and then there are a couple of singles matches from day one to complete,
Right.
but they can't play yet because Stephen Lawrence and
Ah,
Stuart Lawrence and Stephen Morgan are the
Yeah.
two players involved.
yeah.
It's getting quite warm in here.
Yeah, yeah.
80.
Well, it's about 24 out today. Oh no, too short, I think.
I think I might change my shirt. Warmer.
Stay away from this too. Don't stay through because when he goes to the shop, it's a shop. Once they get framed up, it's quality.
So that break never materialised. And we'll see if Team GB can get themselves back into this. Nice hit by Debbie.
Tricky takeoff for Debbie now. It's quite a longish one. Ideally, she probably wants
Go
to
for blue.
wants to go for blue,
Yeah.
because black's slightly out in the lawn.
That's right. No, I think she's going for black. Oh, slow down. Oof, just
Yeah.
well judged.
Don't think that was really the angle she wanted.
No. I don't know. Does it give an angle to hoop one?
No, that's quite a cut. She's going for blue. So she always was planning for blue, but it wasn't a good takeoff.
Oh, right, yeah.
And now deciding against that. And it's a nasty length
Mm.
blue.
No, it's about
The trouble is,
Six
if you
or
hit
seven.
if you hit it in any decent pace and centre ball it,
Yeah.
you'll knock it down to the corner.
She's trying to maybe cut black over.
I think we're going to see another leave here.
Yeah. I think you're right. 1, 2, black 2. Pioneer at 1.
Probably.
Going over for blue now. So Debbie's looking to find a position where to put blue, because they're trying to set up a defensive leave. They're looking at a cross wire position.
Yellow's up in corner 2. So the start of this game is a bit cat and mouse. It's a bit like a game of snooker where neither player has a pot earlier on and they just keep playing safety, and it needs somebody to do a long pot, or in croquet, do a long roquet.
Come back quite close to yellow.
So we can't see from here where the blue and black are cross-wired. I've got a feeling they might be. Just go out and have a look.
Yeah, I think blue and black must be cross-wired, which is why Americans are now going for the GB red and yellow balls. Cross-wired, I take
Yes,
it.
they do look cross-wired. I could have gone up here.
No, that's not hitting. And that has left GB team with the black as a pioneer at hoop 1.
Yes. Yes, that was probably pretty good leave, because now the Americans have missed and got a very good chance of getting the breakout,
Yeah.
which is what you want in a leave.
I was surprised in a way they played the blue rather than the black.
Probably because it's the shortest shot, might have had a double, but it does give more away.
Black's the pioneer though, isn't it?
Yeah, it does give
hoop.
more away.
Yep, that's nice. Pioneer here for 2 now. Is the American handicap system more or less the same as the...
They don't have one.
They don't have one.
No, they never play handicap.
They never play handicap.
Most of their team would be -2, -2.5.
Right, equivalent.
Yeah, Stewart possibly -1.5.
When I was here for the GC stage,
Right.
Just having a look.
Do some commentary if you want.
I've done some. Yeah, we need it because it starts because it's that double spell. So we need to do it.
So you can see we've got a much bigger tea time crowd now because there's a lot of the people who've been for the GC roll
Yeah,
up
yeah.
this afternoon.
They can't get started. But they will. And it's going to go, oh yes, it's going to go as late as possible. They'll get half an hour for food.
Chairman of the club there, Ray Ver on the right with the pink trousers.
Mm.
Tony Bauer there with the almost in the middle with the yellowy socks. I first played here in Budleigh in 1988 in the May Week tournament. It was all single banked because they only had one set of double bank balls. Double banking was only really coming in the mid 80s.
Mm.
And Tony played in that tournament. He's one of the few, or about only Budleigh member still playing, possibly still alive from that.
Right, yeah. I think it was the 2000s before I discovered the game.
No, it was 1986 I first played properly.
Mm.
Dufferin, I saw an advert in the paper saying there was going to be a demonstration match at Dufferin Gardens with a view to starting a club. At Dufferin, which is a couple of miles west of Cardiff, so I went along because I'd played it at Oxford. I'd quite liked playing. I didn't realise the game was played properly and there were tournaments and everything, so I went along, became a founder member of the club.
Mm.
And been playing ever since.
Mm. Is that where you still live at the moment? Is it?
Well, we live in South Wales.
Yeah.
I have moved since. We lived for a while on a flat in Cardiff, overlooking one of the old docks called Bute Dock, which is why I named the site Bute Dock.
Mm.
Because I was setting up an account with Demon, who were a big British ISP at the time, and I just suddenly had to think of something, and I looked out the window and I could see Bute Dock, so I called it Bute Dock.
Used to work down there.
Right. Where I used to live
Right.
where I used to live
Right.
where I used to live in Scotland, if you went up to Largs, you could look across and see the island of Bute.
Yes, I've been to the island of Bute a few times.
Which is quite beautiful.
Mount Stewart Castle. James Hopgood had his wedding there about 10 years ago.
James, yeah.
Well, the Marquis of Bute was reputedly the richest man in the world in the 1850s, all through coal, and after coal was discovered in South Wales. And I think it was he married into a family that owned a lot of land in South Wales,
Right.
and he then just became fantastically wealthy. So there are links to Bute all through Cardiff.
Right.
Dumfries Place, because the family is the Dumfries family. Johnny Dumfries,
Right.
a motor racing driver, was the previous Marquis of Bute. They're the Crichton Stewarts, so there's Mount Stewart Square, Crichton Street. And Cardiff has a very large park in the middle of it called Bute Park,
Mm.
because it was reckoned that he was so wealthy that he didn't have to maximise the land by putting houses on it.
Yeah.
And he had Cardiff Castle rebuilt, and it's very ornate inside, and he had the same architects do up Mount Stewart Castle on the Isle of Bute.
Mm.
So if you go to both, you really see the similarities.
Yeah.
Right, so Debbie's safely through hoop 3.
Hoop 3,
She's
yeah.
got a reasonable, could be slightly better Pioneer at 4, but
Yeah.
should be able to cope. Blue ulcers out in the lawn, so she'd be disappointed not to get to 4 back,
Back,
here.
yeah.
This should just now be a regulation 4 back, 4 ball break to 4 back. Yeah, so the Dufferin Club started. We then formed the Welsh Croquet Association in the late 80s. The lawns at Dufferin weren't particularly good, but we actually held a match, Wales against the United States in 1992. It was
Right.
a warm-up for that year's Solomon Trophy.
Right.
And we got quite a bit of press publicity. I actually gave a live interview on the Radio Wales, and it made Dufferin Gardens realise that we were actually playing it seriously. So the lawns did improve for a while.
Yeah. How many did you have?
Two and a half.
Yeah.
But the National Trust took over 10, 12 years ago, and one of the problems is the croquet lawns are right in front of the house, and the National Trust just basically didn't want us there.
No.
So effectively they kicked us out.
Mm.
So quite a few of us resigned our membership of the National Trust in protest
Yeah.
and joined the Scottish National Trust, which is actually
It's cheaper.
cheaper
But you get to.
and currently gives reciprocal rights.
It does. Yeah.
Right, safely through hoop 4. Good Pioneer at 5.
Mm.
So being Welsh was quite an advantage for me when I was learning the game and starting to play, because I had advantages that if I was English I wouldn't have had, because I got to play in the Wales team in the home internationals. I got to play in the quite a lot of World Championships. World Championship Newport, Rhode Island, 92 is my first World,
Right.
which if I was English I just wouldn't have got in.
Because of the competition.
Yeah.
It's interesting seeing the different grips and hand positions of all these low handicap players quite differ quite a lot, don't they? Actually Debbie has her hands quite wide, and a lot have their hands very close together.
The majority of top players have the hands very close together.
Yeah.
I think it's always quite telling when you see photographs of players at clubs, newish players, how many have got the hands really widely separated. And at the top level, there are virtually no players that play with separated hands.
No, they're not.
David Goetcher is probably one of the few, but David is unique.
I guess it's what suits you and what you're comfortable with.
Well, Debbie's are more separated on croquet strokes, but
Yeah.
but not on single ball shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think over the years Debbie has, like a lot of croquet players, suffered from hand and wrist problems.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's just stuck.
Oh dear. Right. Yeah. Well, the lawns that the club are in Scotland, Auchencrew, were very, very slow lawns, and so I changed over to Solomon grip there because it was very hard on the wrist.
Right.
To be quite honest. But since coming back down here, I'm sort of moving back away from Solomon grip.
Well, one thing I've always found interesting over the years is how you find that many players in a certain club play the same way. Because newer players will copy the better
Yeah,
players.
copy the yeah. Well, that was an unfortunate miss. That one. But on the other hand, I guess it's not a lot of use to them where it is.
No. But then,
Unless you can hit it out. And,
well, yellow's going to be his hoop 2 pioneer, because blue's for 2.
mm.
I've found over the years I'm playing that there are a lot more Solomon grip players than there used to be. And I think in the United States is classed as the standard grip because
is it?
so many
Yeah.
Americans use Solomon grip.
Yeah.
I'm being sacked.
And Stuart's safely through hoop 2. Roquet's the black spot on the camera. Yeah, it's about 20 seconds behind. Guess, quite warm. Change shirt, I was getting too warm. Yeah. Well, as we can see, the sun has come back out again. Stuart's now approaching hoop 3. After Debbie stuck in 5, he peeled her through. It's warming up here. There's a thermometer next to me, and I can see it's showing 80 Fahrenheit and 25 centigrade. Yeah, 78 Fahrenheit, perhaps. And Stuart should be able to see this. Yeah, he won't need a referee. Right, question from Sylvia. Why Team G if all the players are from England? Well, that's just what happened in the selection. Welsh and Scottish players were available for selection. I think Duncan Reeve of Scotland was available and was probably unlucky not to have got in. The two leading Welsh players are playing in the World GC Tier 2 at the moment, so they weren't actually eligible. The event was set up by John Solomon, the great John Solomon, and it was Great Britain. So it has continued under that name, and Welsh, Scottish, Channel Islands players are eligible for the team. Ian Burridge has played in it a few times of Wales. Duncan Reeves played a few times. Tony Lemoynion of Jersey. When I looked back through the records a couple of days ago, I could see that there was one year when there were 4 non-English players in the team. So yes, it is a debating point. Croquet England a year or two ago did seem to want to change it to England, but Scotland and Wales objected, basically. So Stuart's now starting to think about the leave. Sorry?
Some help.
That's all right.
Could get one of the Americans to come. Could get one of the Americans to come in.
Well, they could take over, actually.
I'll just see.
Yeah. Roger Staples just asked, so what are the odds now for a GB win overall? Well, I'll have to go and ask Chris Clark. He is our odds man.
Matthew's coming.
Is he? Right, good. Right, we're going to have a change commentator in a minute. I believe Matthew Essick is going to come in.
I've got to sign off.
Right, Kevin's signing off.
All right, back tomorrow.
Right, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what Leave Stewart does. Last time he tried to do a new standard leave. And he sent both opposition balls to 3 back. Ah, right, and here we have Matthew Essick.
All right. How's it going, Chris?
Yeah, not too bad.
Joining in on a little bit of doubles action. And with the only game going, it's got a lot of attention from the crowd here.
And all the GC roll-up people, there's quite a few staying on.
That's right. How many of the players here do you know are AC players versus GC players?
Of the locals?
Yeah.
Oh, they're nearly all GC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that Budleigh, from what I've seen, has held a lot of tournaments lately for Croquet England, and I didn't know how many of those were AC tournaments, GC tournaments. It looks like there's just been a lot over the last 6 months.
Yes, which I think's caused a little bit of problem in the club and the members, because obviously members don't like giving up their lawns too much. I think they're trying to keep it down at the 25% usage.
Okay.
But then with having 11 lawns, and even an event like this, you're only taking out 4 of them. You've
Yeah.
still got 7 to have their roll-ups.
Yeah, it's been cool to see. It's very different than in the States, where normally when our venues, most of them aren't big enough that
Right.
we can host an event and continue to let members
Yeah.
play. Normally it's one or the other, and so it's been pretty cool to see our event taking place while a lot of the members are continuing to play around the perimeter of the facility. So Stewart has finished his 9 hoops, and let's see if he can set a good leave. He normally opts for the new standard, and he sets it differently than I do. With he likes all 4 balls at 3 back and just set it while he's there. I prefer to leave a ball behind at hoop 2, and it's just a preference thing. I know the first person I got a chance to see do it this way was Patty Chapman in 2016, and I think a lot of players are doing it this way now just because you have the 4 balls all the way throughout the break, but it's truly just preference.
Now, we've had a question from Sylvia. Are players firstly selected on world rankings, then availability? No, it's most likely availability. The GB team is not quite at full strength. A few of the top players aren't available for various reasons. Possibly one of the big ones is the World Championships taking place in October.
Absolutely, and I think it's generous of you saying not quite full strength. I think there's a strong majority of the standard Great Britain team that is not here with, Mark Avery, Jamie Birch, Robert, yes, Rob Fulford. Obviously, Samir is here, but James Deeth as well. And playing in the last MAC, Jamie and Mark were 2 of the best players in the entire event, not only just for the Great Britain team.
Very good record, didn't they?
And so I think that we're definitely going to see those 2 in next year and in the summer here in England. So it's going to be a strong team, and I'm excited to hopefully that Rob will play. I've heard that he's going to, and so it'll be my first MAC or first test event that he's involved in.
Yeah.
So that'll be exciting. It's going to be a good MAC, I think. We have.
It's looking like it might be the strongest ever, with all 4 teams potentially being very strong.
Absolutely. I think, the last MAC that we played, I would say had a lot of talent, but very little experience through the depth of the 6 players.
Yeah.
And after one MAC for the majority of those players and a few Solomons, it definitely helps just get the nerves out of playing for your country, but also it's. I think one thing that we talk about is if you play organized sports growing up in the States, doing a team event like this is a lot easier to transition to. And so Zach and Kyle Maloof both transitioned to team events much better, I think, than some people do, just because they've played competitive tennis their entire lives.
Yeah.
Versus some other people who haven't had that experience. It's really their first time playing with other people relying on your results.
Yes, yeah.
And it's a different experience.
Quite a different psyche.
For sure. So it looks like we have a pretty good new standard leave set by Stewart. Odd clip positions for Samir and Debbie with 6 and 1. Yellow does look rushable to, I want to say, either right at hoop 1 or maybe a yard north of hoop 1, but it is rushable in that general vicinity. And it looks like they're opting for Debbie to pick up.
Well, they probably also want to get 6 round to 4 back.
Absolutely.
Debbie stuck in 5, and then Stewart peeled her through.
Yeah, I think the decision here is to play play the forward ball and try to get DeFore back and bank on a miss, or to play the back ball, have Samir hopefully hit, and then you have an option of a TPO with a 6 in peg versus 1 in box, 2 versus 1. So I think either decision here made sense, but need a hit.
I don't know if Debbie would do a TPO. She's not traditionally been a TPOer.
No, and she definitely won't starting for hoop 6 as well. But had Samir picked up, I think with him hitting, it's a strong possibility. And she found the gap. So she's missing the corner 4, and we'll see if Stephen Morgan can pick a break up and possibly have a match-ending turn.
Yeah, he picked it up really well in the last game.
Yeah, he's been playing quite well. I think the knock on Stephen has always been he's a great shot, but running hoops with control has always been kind of the struggle for him. And so breaks that seem like they're under control sometimes get out of control very quickly, just because he'll run a hoop and give himself a 9 or 10 yarder in the middle of a break. If he can get his approach shots close enough to the hoop where he's controlling his hoop shots, then his break play is very tidy. He's a great shot. He can make up for some error, but if you're giving yourself more than 7-yard roquets in the middle of your break, it's just hard to be consistent. And this is a shot that it's just a drive shot sending this to hoop 2, but if you're a new standard leave player and you set the new standard leave, this is a shot you practice, you're comfortable with, and you would do in your 10-minute warm-up. If you're not a player who sets a new standard leave, this shot is it's just one you really have to have done before, or really multiple times on that lawn to feel comfortable with it. And I know that Steven sets a diagonal the majority of the time. And so that's one of the interesting things that we talk about as a team with doubles pairings is who sets what leave.
Yes.
And, I'm of the belief that I like to set the leave that my partner normally sets themselves.
Yes.
instead of having my partner get used to the leave that I'm setting.
Right. Yeah.
Because you just want them starting with a tripling turn to be comfortable with where the balls are and the pattern that comes from that position.
Yes, I believe this was a big problem for David Morm and Jamie Birch when they played in the MAC a few years back, in that David, as everyone known, does the Morm standard leave. He does the same leave every time, and so it's been named after him,
Yep.
which is a variation of the new standard leave. And Jamie just doesn't do them. And it's almost he didn't know how to do them.
Yes. It's definitely it definitely adds a wrinkle into the doubles pairings for AC. I think that's one of the major differences in golf croquet test matches and association rules test matches, is that the doubles is not only it's important that you can play well with your partner, but also you're sitting, twice as much as you normally do, with the fact that the other person is playing the other ball. And so sometimes it's tough to come in after sitting for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and play a good break.
Have you played much alternate stroke doubles?
We do very little of it in the States, if any. I'm a big fan, and that matters even more about your partnership, right? But we've had very few events where we do it, and so I wish that it was more popular in the States, but I have had the opportunity to watch a lot of the British Opens and the doubles play here in England, and gotten a chance to watch the mixed doubles.
Yeah, I was saying earlier in the commentary that it's now that until 2 years ago, both sides had to play it. If one didn't want to, you didn't. Whereas now, it doesn't matter. If one side wants to play alternate, they can. The Intercounty Championship, which is the big team event at the end of May every year, 22 counties, 6 players in each team. It's all doubles. So you get 10 doubles matches in 4 days.
Wow.
And I have played alternate stroke both years, every game. So that's 20. I haven't played non-alternate stroke for a couple of years now.
Yeah, it's a fun variation. It's I would say that I would have to be very particular about the partner that I play with, because I approach the hoop banking on making 1.5 to 2 yard hoop shots and not thinking much about it. But playing with a partner that's not comfortable with that would be very difficult.
It can be quite difficult playing with a much weaker partner, because you get, between each hoop, you either have all the croquet strokes or you have all the single ball shots.
Yes.
And generally you want the better player to be playing the croquet strokes.
Yeah, it's, as an instructor in the States, it's, I think, one of the best ways to really get someone to understand the patterns of break play. Because if they do it on their own, a lot of times they're breaking down before they get to see what the pattern's going to look like. And so I think it's a great teaching method, regardless of skill level. But I definitely agree. If you're playing in a tournament or a competitive proper event, it's difficult to play with 2 different quality players.
Yeah.
All right, so Stephen has stuffed hoop 1. He's clanged off. It looks like it's wired from yellow, so Samir is opting to take on what looks to be around a 12 to 14 yarder at red, possibly 16 yards. But if he hits, I think the TPO I mentioned earlier is a possibility. Which, if we're looking at if he does hit and if the TPO is on, then there's a possibility, if he finishes the turn, that Stephen Morgan is facing a contact lift in this game, in the doubles game, and then the pegged down game that he's in with Stephen Mulliner in singles is also a contact lift from a finished TPO. So it would be a pretty interesting. It's rare that you get 2 of those games in one tournament, much less back-to-back games in the same day.
Missed.
Yeah, Samir's been playing really well this week. I know the first 2 days he was hitting just about everything he looked at, but from the play I've gotten a chance to watch today, it looks like his break play's been pretty solid. I saw him over approach 1 to start this game, but he's been pretty consistent, but he hasn't been hitting in as well as he was on the first 2 days. And I'm sure this has been mentioned throughout the day, but these lawns have gotten significantly more difficult throughout the day, really throughout the event. When we were here for the practice day, they were really tricky, and we were all expecting to be there to be very few finishing turns, a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors, and we got a lot of rain on that first night before the first day of play. And so that first day of play was pretty trivial conditions, and so you saw a lot of turns finishing. And Steven makes one, misses blue on the right-hand side, and so we're probably going to see Debbie take a shot at yellow, or possibly Samir back at red, knowing that since he scored 1, that's the last place he'll be again. But the conditions are getting tricky again, and so it's been really interesting to see that throughout the course of the day. I can speak for myself that the first break I played today was significantly easier than the second break that I played, just because the sun's baking the lawns and making them a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, the thermometer, so it's 80, just under 80.
Yep. Yeah, it's been nice. The weather's been pretty kind to us. This is my 5th time to the UK and the first time that I haven't experienced torrential downpour, so I'm pretty stoked to get a chance to experience this weather.
Well, British summers are thought of as being 2 or 3 nice days and then a thunderstorm.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
But you tend not to get as many thunderstorms further west. It's more the London area, and the southeast tends to have more thunderstorms
Yeah.
because it's more affected by the continent.
Mm. Okay, so Debbie's missed the 10-yarder. 2 balls together on the north boundary, and this should be a pretty easy pickup for Stephen Morgan. And really one good croquet stroke and 1 rush to 2, and things are on time. And one thing to point out is you guys can see it on the live stream here that hoop 1 is one of those brown areas, hoop 4 as well. And
I commented earlier, it's interesting that on TV screen you can see the brown patch, whereas in real life it's not quite so obvious.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's from our angle sitting here in the booth, it's we know it's there, but it's difficult to actually tell distinguish the difference between the two. But there's definitely hoop 1 and 4 have some tricky areas around them with the brown bits, and so I'm sure he's thrilled to be starting this turn going to hoop 2 as opposed to hoop 1. So he's played a decent croquet stroke, left himself a 6-yarder. 1 hit, 1 rush, and things are in order. Nice shot. I think one of the things that, in the States 5 years ago, I was playing a lot of AC tournament play, and one of the reasons for that is there was just a lot more tournaments that were being held for association rules. And over the last 5 years, there's become a lot more GC tournaments and much fewer AC tournaments. And so I know that 3 of the 6 players on our team have not played an AC tournament, a proper tournament, since the last Solomon. Yeah. And so one of the things that I just enjoyed to experience again was we had the GC test the first 2 days here. Yeah. And when you see a 7-yarder in golf croquet, you don't flinch. There's nothing to it. No. And my first shot of this year's Solomon was a 7-yarder with a chance for a triple. And I stood over it and I started casting, and it just brought back all of the feel of the pressure and the difficulty really of remembering, okay, this, in golf croquet I miss 1 shot and I might lose the hoop. Yeah. In this I might miss a shot and never play again. Yeah. And lose the game. So it's just always it's hard to explain that to a golf croquet player until they've experienced it. But I do believe that both games, help each other, and I think that if you're an association rules player that has never played golf croquet, I encourage you to do it. I think it's going to help your association play, your break play, your single ball shots, and I think if you're a GC player that's never played AC, I think learning to hit the ball on the proper side and cuts and where the balls are going to end up is a huge part of the game. So Stephen got a cannon there with that Roquet, and he's played a pretty good shot, and he's got a relatively easy approach to hoop 2 here.
Well, isn't it the case that AC players who've played a lot of AC generally have a better feel for how balls react when they hit each other? Because it's important, whereas in GC you're just trying to clear. It doesn't matter quite so much where the balls end up.
One of the things that you think about as an AC player is you're always paying attention to the ball you're hitting, the object ball.
Yeah.
And in golf croquet, you're always worried about the striker. And so you're hitting the same shots, but you're paying attention to the focus and the priority is on the opposite ball. And so Stephen has under approached that, stuffed hoop 2, and it should be a pretty easy start here for yellow.
Yellow's hoop.
But the shots are very similar. It's just you're changing the priority. And so I think it helps to understand what both balls are doing on those shots, and playing both games helps you understand that. So yellow's for 1. I think we're going to see yellow hit black, take off to red, and try to get a great rush on blue to hoop 1. And one good rush, and he should be in business. And I definitely want to take a second and share from the United States team our appreciation of the video crew this week and all the work they've put in, and the commentators who've rotated through to make this possible. It's always great to have coverage of these events, and it's becoming more popular to have it and to be able to go back and look at games and the history of our game. And so it's just it's all volunteer work, so it's very appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, there's a little bit of controversy at the end of the game 2, because a couple of the spectators talking loudly thought Stephen had switched balls and was playing the wrong ball. But I went back and checked, and no, he hadn't. I think it was all linked with when he rush peeled through 4 back.
Okay.
And they thought he'd switched balls.
Yeah.
But you go back and no, he'd played black all the way through. In some ways, wrong balls are probably less likely in doubles anyway, because you're generally playing with the same ball.
Yes. Yeah, any partner that I've ever played with, if we're playing in a test event or best 2 out of 3, whatever it may be, I always try to make a rule beforehand that, okay, if we're blue and black, I'm blue. If we're red and yellow, I'm red, or vice versa, whatever it may be.
I usually try to play the darker ball.
Yeah.
But then, because now I play alternate strokes most of the time, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, there was a story years ago, I don't know how true it was, because Chris Clark and Robert Fulford were the famous doubles pairs, and apparently they always played with the same balls, but Robert had never noticed. Chris always decided which ball they played with.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I'm interested to see. Obviously, Rob played with Chris for years, a lot of success, and with the MAC coming up, who's going to play doubles with Rob? Obviously, we haven't seen any selections from any of the 4 countries, but it's one of the things I'm interested in, because whoever it is, I'm sure is going to be very excited for the opportunity to play.
Well, he played with Ian Lyons in the test when Chris pulled out and Ian was drafted in.
Mm-hmm.
I think, did he play with James Death? one time?
Well, just based on history, I know that
Oh, Samir's
Oh.
failed, no?
so we're seeing a lot of errors back and forth. Obviously, a very difficult approaching that hoop one on those brown areas, and he comes up a little bit short and fails a makeable hoop, but not an easy hoop by any means. But I know that Jamie and Mark Avery had a fantastic match in 2022, and so I'd be really surprised not to see them play together again. I know that James and Samir have played doubles historically in the Open together for years, so it almost seems on paper that whoever the sixth person on the team is going to be playing with Rob, and so it's just going to be interesting to see, and maybe that's part of the selection, whoever they think might play the best with Rob, and it's an interesting decision, and so it's going to be. I know that Australia has an interesting decision as well with, you have the Fletcher brothers, Ed Wilson and Dwayne McCormick, and that I think, I don't want to say they're guarantees, but strong likelihood of being selected. And then you have a sixth spot that is completely up in the air with multiple people. So it's going to be an interesting MAC, and I'm excited to play at multiple venues. I talked to Chris this week, and I was unaware that we were changing venues throughout the week, or throughout the test.
Yeah.
And I believe he said Roehampton and Hurlingham for the first week, Southwick for the second week, and then
Surbiton.
Surbiton is the third week. So
And you get a day off in between.
Yep.
Obviously to travel.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun test. I'm excited for me. It'll be theoretically the third MAC, but I consider it only my second. My first MAC was the one in the States in 2017, but I was in high school, and so could only miss a certain number of days.
You only played the last test, wasn't it?
So I actually only got to play the middle test,
Right, the middle,
and
right.
I was frustrated because I had to play against England in the middle test,
Right.
and I'd played in 2 Solomons at that point.
Yeah.
I wanted to play one of the other countries,
Right.
and so it's basically for me it was just an extra Solomon trophy.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Debbie played in the 1996 MAC, which was over here. She partnered Ian Burridge in the doubles. I think they won every match bar one.
Really?
Yeah, they had a very good record.
Wow. Yeah, I know she started this match very well with a TP. I think it was her first of the event so far, but she's played quite well. Other than the one singles match that she's played so far against Zach Watson, Zach played well, to give him credit, but she did not, and so
Ooh,
a very near miss on the left-hand side. So obviously Zach deserves his credit for playing well, but Debbie was given a lot of chances and didn't take advantage of them. So I think she's thrilled to have a TP this morning, just to kind of feel like she's more in form, and so this game is totally up in the air right now. 2 and 4 back versus 1 and 6, and it doesn't look like there's an easy
you can
build.
see the camera here. That brown patch is definitely getting bigger.
Yes. And hopefully if the sun stays out, it'll be even bigger tomorrow. The test is currently tied 6-all, with 3 matches that have started that are outstanding, with this match here and 2 singles matches, one between Stephen Morgan and Stephen Mulliner, and then Jack Good and Stuart Lawrence. Stephen Morgan is up a game in his singles match, and Jack Good is up a game in the other singles match. Looks like we have a spectator that's been waved through.
Yeah, because the other big thing about the Mac next year is it's being classed as the centenary one because it started in 1925, and obviously it should have been this year, but COVID pushed it back a year.
Yeah, and it's the last. It's pretty interesting. I didn't realize that it was that was the case, but it'll also be the last iteration of
the big format.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it thoroughly the way it currently is, but it is hard to get the time off and for the majority of the players, and it's a lot of time that you're dedicating. And so I think it's for the better in the long term to make it shorter and still continue with the six-man teams.
Yeah.
I know it was proposed to have teams of 4, but it looks long.
Oh yeah, it's not even in front. Yeah, single.
Yeah, it doesn't look runnable. So Steven's just looking at options of where to leave black.
Well, this current format of the 4 countries playing a 21 match test against each other is relatively recent. It only started in the mid-90s.
Huh. What was the format before that, Chris?
Well, before the USA came in, there are obviously only 3 countries in it. So they would play a series of 9 two-day tests. So they'd play each other 3 times in 2-day test matches.
Okay.
So you'd play a doubles and the 6 singles. So you'd get a winner.
Yeah.
And then when USA came in the early 90s, they had they did that as an all-play-all in 9-match tests, and then the top 2, who were GB and because it was still GB then, and New Zealand played a full 21 match test, and USA and Australia played 3rd place.
Okay.
Then I think the next one, which is in Rich River, is probably the first one in the current format of 321 match tests.
Yeah. It's a great format. I think you can have a bad day as a team and still claw your way back into the test. But like I said, it's just a lot of time that you're dedicating. So I'm excited for this one, of course, but I'm excited to see what it looks like moving forward as well.
I think the current plan is to have it like it was the first time, which is have all play all 9 match tests and then have a 21 match final.
Okay.
So that would shorten it by about 4 days.
Yeah.
Ooh. But in 74 when it was here and 86 in the UK, obviously there were 3 teams and they all played each other. They really moved that round the country.
Mm-hmm.
There were tests here, Southwick, Compton, Hunston.
Oh wow! So it really was all over the country.
Nottingham.
Wow. So Debbie's taking the shot at the hoop 1 ball, partly because yellow does not rush to hoop 2, and that's the ball that Steven wants to play. I think the only thing that makes sense at this point is to rotate blue, come to yellow, and hopefully rush yellow to red to get some forward rush down to hoop 2. But once again, he's heading into the dreaded corner number 1. And so it could definitely make things interesting, judging the pace with the green bits going to the brown.
On the commentary, loving the live stream, let's go USA. One rush.
I agree with you, John.
Yeah. Well, it is a lot better to have these tight test matches.
They are.
Because some of
yes.
the early Solomon trophies are a bit one-sided with 21-0 and 19-2. And
Yeah. Yeah, it's been. I know the first Solomon I played in was in 2015 at Pinehurst, and that was probably the best team that I've played in any Solomon. With, I believe it was. I know it was Deeth Birch, and I want to say Mom. Pete Trimmer was on that team. Regardless, it was a very strong team, and
can't find it.
it was over very quickly. And we then played in Bowdoin in 2016, once again over fairly quickly. And it's been nice that the 2019 Solomon that we lost in Pinehurst was a very tight-knit, close Solomon.
2015, James Deeth, Jamie Birch, David Morm, Samir Patel, Stephen Mulliner and Pete Trimmer.
Yes.
USO's David Maloof, Ben Rothman, Danny Honeycutt, Doug Grimsley, Jeff Sue, Matthew Essick, and Damon Bidencote replaced Danny on day 2.
Yes, I have a stat for you, Chris. I think you'll appreciate this. Yeah. I would argue I'm the only player to play in a Solomon Trophy and play with 3 different doubles partners in the same test.
Oh, right.
So I played with Danny in the first doubles match,
Yeah.
and Danny was fighting some sciatica. And so Damon dropped in for the second doubles match, and after we played that doubles match, the test was over. And so Damon had work obligations to get back to, so Damon left. And then in the third match, I played with our manager, Robert Hurst.
I can see that, yeah.
Because of the fact that Damon had to get back to work obligations. And so all 3 doubles matches were with different partners.
I think it was in the same match you switched. I think you played with Danny your first 2.
Oh, that's correct.
And then match 3 you won all.
I'm not sure that... I know that's correct. I think I only played 1 match with Danny. I think the second one was actually with Damon.
Right. I have to go back and check the...
Yeah, I would love to look,
results.
because Danny, the first day, let's see, who were we playing? We were playing against Samir and Steven. And, I would hit in, and Danny at this point was a very strong player. So the goal was to have me run the first 9 and Danny to do the TP. And I would hit in, run 9, set Danny a break, and he was struggling so much with the pain that what ended up happening is he would miss 1-yard rushes because anytime he tried to put any pace behind it, the pain would kick in, and so it was very hard for him to really get anything going that day. And so I think he played doubles and then dropped out right after that first doubles match.
Yeah, he's got Damon. Well, there'll probably be emails back 2015.
Yeah.
Look back to... it's probably on Croquet Scores, actually. Croquet Scores had started by then.
Yeah. Because I'm almost certain that, if I remember correctly, that Robert Hurst and I played together against James and Jamie. And then maybe the Damon doubles pairing was against Mom and Trimmer. Regardless, 3 partners in 1 Solomon was... I didn't realize that was going to be an uncommon thing at the time, but I can definitely say it's the only time that I've seen it happen in my very short time playing in them. But...
because the only time USA won over here is 2011.
Yes.
Chris Patmore, Ben Rothman, Danny Honeycutt, Chris Patmore, Doug Grimsley, Jim Bass, Jeff Sue.
Yeah.
Ian Lyons, Ian Burridge, Tony Lemoynian, Samir, David Moore, Stephen Mulliner. Oh, Mulliner captain.
Yeah, Samir's been the captain on every team that I've played on that he's there. I know that he wasn't in the States last go around in 2021.
Yes, Debbie was captain.
That's right. But every other Solomon that I've played in that he's been there, he's been the captain. So it looks like we're seeing red just corner here. very reasonable play with how things have gone so far for Stephen Morgan. It's been very difficult to get anything going. He's had a couple of difficult approaches to hoop 2, and keeps cornering, giving the option to the GB team to shoot or corner, and Debbie's opted for the corner this time.
Did you ever see Jerry Stark play, or did he already passed?
I got to meet him. So my first AC tournament was in 2011. And it was my 12th or 13th birthday. I'm
Yeah, I
not sure
remember hearing
which.
about this little kid playing.
Yes. And Jerry, I believe it was one of Jerry's last tournaments, but I sat beside him it was the U.S. Open in California, and I sat beside him at the dinner.
Ah,
I had
right.
no idea who he was, 12 or 13 years old. So
this huge, big bloke.
Exactly.
He was brilliant, Jerry. I really liked Jerry.
Yeah, it's been really cool over the years to hear the impact that he had, not only as a player but as a person. And I think it's rare that you get somebody in croquet that
Yeah.
everyone likes and
Oh, yeah.
everyone loved Jerry. And so it's been cool over the years to just hear stories. And we were talking about Jerry at dinner last night, actually. So it's he definitely had a large impact in the croquet world.
Well, I met him first the '92 Worlds in Rhode Island, and I turned up practice day, and he was there with Irv Peterson. It was just about lunchtime, so they invited me over because there was some burger place over the road, and it was just as if I'd been their mate for. He was one of those people that just you gravitated to
Yeah.
because he's such a good bloke.
Yeah.
But I'd first heard of him when he came and played in one of the early World Championships and made the semi-final.
Yeah.
And he made the national press over here and on TV because there's this huge, big, hairy bloke going around London, and people thought he was Hulk Hogan or...
Yes. So it looks like Stephen Morgan has rushed blue on long, done a takeoff to get a rush on yellow to hoop 2, and he's tried to hit a hard cut rush down to hoop 2, and he's jumped completely over the yellow ball and missed into corner 3 in contact with the red. So it definitely makes the hit in easier, and it looks like red's going to start in contact with black. So an unfortunate miss. I've had one particular instance in my singles match with Harry Fisher where Harry does a standard TP, a delayed TP, gets everything together nicely, does the straight rover peel, and the striker ball comes through rover just enough where he can't hit anything, can't hit his side ball, can't hit his deep ball, and only can hit partner. And so he opts to leave both balls next to the peg and spreads me out on the east and west boundary. So I took my lift, took on the 10-yarder at the ball right beside a hoop 6. It's dead center about halfway there. It starts to trickle a little bit to the right. It's still on the right center, and it hops square over it, hitting what I think might have been an old hoop hole or possibly just a imperfection in the lawn. But for the most part, these lawns are very consistent. You're going to get different speeds here and there, but they're going to be pretty true. So Debbie has played her takeoff off the contact with black, and is going to try to get something together for hoop 6. There might be the option of just setting a leave here and opting to just give them one long shot. And I still do think there's a possibility that we're going to see Samir go around and have the opportunity for a TPO, but maybe the option with Stephen having a couple of chances here and not executing them, that maybe she just tries to get something going herself, score her 4 hoops, and give them one shot that gives Samir the chance for a triple.
I thought we were going to have a fairly early finish today, but it's not looking like.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. With these singles still to. There's a good hour left in this.
Easily. And there's still a lot of time in those singles. Jack is up a game, but Stewart has the advantage in game 2. And Stephen Morgan is up a game, but he is playing the contact on a 2 versus 1. And so I would say Stephen Mulliner is, on paper, the favorite in that one right now. So I think there's a strong possibility those both go to game 3, which could make for a very interesting test.
Well, yeah, it'd be good if it's 8-7 either way going into the last day.
Yes. I remember the 2019 Solomon. We had it was 8-7 going into the final day there with. Actually, I believe it was 7-7 because we had one doubles match outstanding, and it was Stuart Lawrence and I versus Ian Burridge, and I want to say it was Alan Giroux.
Yeah, Alan did play
I believe it was Ian Burridge and Alain Giroux, but regardless, the doubles match didn't get a chance to finish, but we were for 4-back and peg, and it looked like the day was going to end with me having the opportunity to have a 13-yarder that if I hit, there's a chance to finish the test. If I miss, the test is going to be going to the Great Britain side.
It was Alan.
So I was very looking forward to the opportunity to take a 13-yarder to decide a test after 4 days of play.
Yeah, 2019 at Pinehurst, there were 2 non-English players in the GB team.
Yeah, it was Duncan Reeve actually, who's a local here at Budleigh. I've gotten a chance to talk to him this week. Duncan, Mark Suter.
It's just time for a GC shot over the top. It would be.
If it was Stephen, maybe. Not Stephen.
Oh, God, come on.
Yeah, that was a fun test. I believe that was Zach Watson's first Solomon that he played in.
Yeah, I will have watched that because that was live streamed.
It was.
Yeah, I remember that now.
So Blues opted to corner, and so we're going to see Samir try to build something here. I think the decision here is going to tell us everything we need to know about what Samir and Debbie are thinking. If we see Samir play to score hoop 1 and build a break, the TPO is a strong possibility. If he opts to set a leave, then my guess is they want Debbie to make her 4 hoops and set a leave.
Yeah, it's useful when they stand in the way.
All right.
So when you're out there, you don't realise you're standing in the way.
That's right. It's been a lovely experience at this club. I mentioned this is my 5th time to the UK, getting a chance to play at most of the clubs in London. We had a Solomon at Surbiton, we had a Solomon at Bowden, and I played in a British Open at Cheltenham. But Budleigh has not been one of the places that's been on the docket for any of the Solomons or tournaments that I've come to in the UK, and so it's a lovely venue with 11 lawns, and from a lot of the UK players telling me about the normally the experience in Budleigh is softer, conditions, fairly consistent courts, and so with a hot summer with very little rain, it's turned these lawns into something that, obviously it's new for us, but a lot of the Great Britain team has not played here with these conditions. Obviously, they've played in other places in England with these conditions, but it's very different than the normal Budleigh conditions from what I gather.
Well, I'm not sure if Harry's ever played here. Debbie hasn't played here for 30 years. So we had the home internationals, the AC home internationals here in June, and it absolutely poured down. We couldn't play for about 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
So the lawns were quite soft.
There's a great rush in a corner 4.
Yeah, no,
Oh, wow.
it was torrential.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the Irish.
Is that Andrew Johnston?
Yeah, Andrew played.
Oh, wow. Haven't seen him since the 2023 Worlds.
He's played quite a bit this year. He's just lost today in the final to David Moore, Championship of Ireland.
I'm excited for him to experience. I work at a club in Orlando, and I know that Andrew's going to be in town for about 2 to 3 weeks prior to the Worlds,
right.
and he's. I won't be there during that time because I'm in North Carolina in the summer. But he's asked if he could, if I could reach out to my management and ask if he could practice during that time on the lawns, and we're going to be happy to have him.
Yeah, I first came across Andrew in the 2003 Worlds in New Zealand. He played as a qualifier and got to the semi-final.
Oh, wow.
'Cause he's got to the semi-final twice in the World.
Yeah. I played him in the quarterfinal, no, it was the round of 16 in this last World Championship. We were in the same block, and then I played him in the round of 16. But a lovely guy. So Samir has gotten this together. He's popped blue on lawn by a couple of yards and has a decent rush over to hoop 2. And we haven't seen anyone, put together a break of more than 1 or 2 hoops in the last 45 minutes. So it's hopefully he can get this together.
Yes, 2002 Worlds, Block C. I'll beat him in the block.
All right, so blue is the ball that needs to, that's for 4-back, and that's the one he's looking to hopefully do a TPO with. I think what we're going to see is a rush on, no, he's opted to just hit black. He's going to maybe just run his 4-ball break. If it is a TPO, it's going to be delayed.
Open now. There's not so much noise outside. It's getting a bit warm in here.
It is. All right, so he's just going to play a takeoff to blue. I think this is the safe play. There's not much room there to get a good rush. Looks like he's come up a hair short, so he's going to have a 4 or 5 yard approach to hoop 3. And Samir is quite good at approaching from this length and and still having the ability to give himself a hoop shot within a yard. I think the majority of players are a little bit more timid on their approaches from this length. They end up giving themselves a 1.5 yard to 2 yard hoop shot, just playing back a bit. And this is a longer one. This is a 1.5 yards, 2 yards.
Yeah, 2, I would say.
This is, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go pretty firm at this. If he grovels through, he still has blue. If it runs to red, no harm done. And he's clanked it. Dead center right post. It's hard to see if it is a runner, if it's left there. We know that Stephen Morgan would like to play black, but I think it all depends on if yellow runs. If yellow runs, no matter what play they make, there's a strong possibility of a break. If yellow doesn't run, then it's blue at black. So I believe this is the first time that Stephen Morgan and Stuart Lawrence have played together in any event. And so very curious to see how they played with one another. And they've done okay, communicating well. I think both of them have been, I don't think they've had many matches where both of them have been on. There's been matches where one's on and one's off, or vice versa. So it's been hard to kind of put it all together and get a match point. Nice shot from Stephen Morgan. Center ball on blue, and now with the opportunity to get a rush on yellow over to hoop 2. All right, so he's just going to load blue over to 3. Needs a good rush over to hoop 2. He's had a couple of different approaches to hoop 2, and not one has been straight on or within 3 or 4 yards yet. So, and black has come up a yard and a half short, and just getting this to the north boundary near hoop 2 is going to be a good shot. If he can cut it to about halfway, that would be a decent shot as well. So he's hit the right-hand half.
Yeah, he's got almost into the corner.
And it's almost into corner 2. This is not a fun takeoff or roll, however you want to play it.
Yeah, there's a nice fast patch growing there.
Yeah, but you can just see the color change, can't you, on the screen there? So it goes from brown where he's standing for about 1.5 yards to 2 yards, and then it goes to green. And it'll be still pretty fast heading to the hoop, but it's definitely going to be a different pace. Oh, it's a lovely shot.
Kept going.
It's a little angled. He's seen this hoop shot before. He's had 2 tries from this same angle. Maybe 3rd time's the charm.
Failed.
Not quite. So my guess is we see, if black is showing, we'll see Samir take a shot at black, but I think we're going to see Samir take a shot at red. If he hits it, he has something he can build off of for hoop 3. If he misses it, Steven has a chance to score and then hit another 14-yarder. Yeah, he doesn't like it. I think this is going to be at red. Even if he can't hit red. I don't know if he has a shot at it, but even if he can, I think joining with red is the sensible play. Yep, this is a shot at red. Red's in corner 4. And this is basically a tea lady. As far as distance, we're looking at 35 yards. And it's off. And it's missed just slightly on the left. And so now we have a decision that has to be made by the American team. I think the ultra-aggressive thing is to have black play and shoot at blue. If black misses, then you give up the world. Yellow's got to rush out of corner 4. It would have a ball in front of its hoop and a ball on that boundary. I think the two sensible options are, one, going to corner 1. Because even though Samir has a rush, black isn't rushable anywhere of use. And then the other option is to take a shot at black. The negative is if you hit the hoop, then you leave another ball on lawn. But if you miss, once again, black doesn't rush to blue, and so it's going to be difficult to get anything going. And I think it's great to mention this is a classic Solomon Trophy match where a lot of errors. All the players are feeling the pressure and understanding the situation in the test where it's 6-all. All 3 of these outstanding matches are going to be important for the final tally at the end. So I don't like the shot blue at opponents, blue at red and yellow. I think if you're going to take a shot, you take a shot that gives you a lot more. I think blue at yellow and red gives up just as much as black at blue does after black scores 2. Either way, you're giving up a lot, and you're giving Samir a great chance to get things going. So if you're going to take a choice of shooting, the choice needs to be something that actually gains you something if you hit. And so I think the correct choice is cornering to corner 1, waiting for a better shot. But from what they're looking at, it looks like they have gone with the correct decision. That's always nice to see as a team captain. And blue has opted to go to corner 1.
Yeah.
And it's just the right play. Like I said, the ultra aggressive decision is scoring with black and taking a shot at blue, but you just give up so much, and no player in this match in Game 3 has shown the ability to build something so far, and so it's one of those situations where you just make them prove to you they can get something together. Don't make it easy. So we just have Samir and Debbie deciding on where the best place to be is. They don't really want to move black. They can set a good leave, or have the option to set a good leave, but it's hard to get the balls in the correct places with black being where it is. So he's hit red. He's taking off to blue. This is interesting. What kind of leave will we see? How long has Samir been playing, Chris?
Oh, 25 years, I should think now.
Okay.
Well, a bit longer actually, because he's now 50 and he played at university. So
Oh, wow.
30 years.
And is his son playing any croquet?
Yeah, he plays GC.
Okay. I know his son is getting close to the age of going to university, 17, 18?
Yeah, he must be 16, 17,
Okay.
18. Well, I wouldn't have thought he's quite 18,
But Samir has been a force on the English team, or the GB team, I should say, for a long time, and one of the more experienced players in the world.
two times British Open finalist, but never won it.
Really?
Yeah, he's won the President's Cup a few times.
So, I know that he lost one to Ben.
Yeah.
I know Ben won in 2016. You know who the other person was he played in the final?
I can tell you. James Death.
James Death.
Last
Okay.
year.
Oh, it was last year, wasn't it?
And he's lost 3 times in the final. He lost to Reg in 13.
Okay. Yeah, I always like to tell the story. We came over for the Solomon at Bowdoin in 2016, and we played in the Open Championship following, and we lost in the Solomon at Bowdoin, and then we ended up playing in the Solomon right after, and played the Open at Cheltenham right after, and I had heard of a sextuple peel, but I'd never seen one done in person, and so I had the experience of playing Reg in the first round of the knockout. Oh, great shot from Stewart. He's hit yellow, and looks like we'll see a leave. So I played Reg in the first round of the knockout in the round of 32. Lost to 2 straight sextuples off of a diagonal because it was super advanced. I then went into one of the consolation brackets, and I played Gavin Carter. And Gavin Carter told me before we started that he was probably going to try a sextuple. Yeah. He's never done one before. Gavin Carter completes his sextuple against me. I I believe James Deeth did a sextuple against me in doubles when I was playing. He was playing with Samir. I was playing with Robert Hurst. And then I would have to look up the name, and maybe you can do this for me. In that Open, I played against a guy that he asked me if both of us would try sextuples only.
Yeah.
And I think he was only around a 2,000 or a 2,100 grade.
Ah, right.
And I knew that going into the match, and I thought, well, there's no way this guy can do a sextuple peel. He completes the sextuple and misses a 2-yard peg out, which would have been the 5th sextuple completed against me during the event.
Right.
But I did end up losing the game. It was in that 2016 Open. But it was just eye-opening to me how many players were trying them in that tournament and completing them. Just because in the States at that time it wasn't even a thought. It was a turn that was unachievable, truly.
So which year was that?
It was 2016,
2016.
and it was the Open Championship. It was a Z game.
You've got Mark Avery, Jeff Dawson, Mark Ormerod. Mark Avery and Mark Ormerod beat you.
No, it's not that. It's an off-wall name.
Jeff.
No, I know Jeff Dawson well. Brown, maybe Tom Brown, Jim, something like that.
Yeah, it's not on the games here.
Matt Holmes.
Oh, Matt Holmes.
Matt Holmes.
Early Z. Right, Matt Holmes.
And I guess it was entered actually. It was my last game of the event.
Oh, right.
But regardless, it was it just blew my mind. Let's put it that way. That multiple sextuples were done against me in the same event because I had never seen one. So.
No, Matt hasn't played for quite a few years. He moved to Spain, was the last I'd heard.
Really?
And just stopped playing 7 or 8 years ago.
I remember when he started that turn, I just chuckling to myself thinking, oh, this has to break down at maybe hoop 4 at best. And he gets all the way to a standard straight double, does it beautifully, and then has a peg out. It would have been his first sextuple, I believe, and misses the 2-yard peg out. But it was a fun event.
Yeah, 2017 was his last game.
Really? All right, so it looks like Stuart has set a leave. He's gone off to allow Stephen the opportunity to score and get a rush to 3 if need be. And it looks like we're going to see Debbie play, considering her ball is at hoop 3 and it's currently a Pioneer. But what to shoot at is the question. So I believe since she's calling a ref, I believe she's going to take a shot at black. She's going to shoot at the ball in the jaws, knowing that if she misses, Stephen would have to turn around and hit the 7-yarder. Even if he hits it, he would have no rush to his hoop. What I think we'll see him do is just run it to the boundary and rush over to hoop 3. If she hits, she has a great chance to try to either set another leave or possibly get a rush on the boundary ball.
Yeah, I played in that one, 2016. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, Stephen Muller did a sextuple against me.
Did he?
Yeah, it's on lawn 1 now, I remember that. Yeah, I was wrong actually. Smear's lost in the final 4 times. I didn't realise there's as many as that.
Wow. That was also the same event that. So we see Debbie take on a 15-yarder here. Reg's first game of block play. He's playing against Robert Hurst, who is my partner in the Solomon and in that British Open, and runs, hits in 4th turn, runs a beautiful 6 hoops, sets an awesome tea lady, and forgets that we're playing super advanced. And so Robert Hurst has,
Contact.
yes, he's. Or it's a lift of the balk, but regardless, the balls were on the balk line and or close enough to it. And Robert, knowing that Reg has all the experience and has played in many British Opens, goes out to him and goes, "I do have a lift, don't I?" Because he thought there was no way that he had it right and Reg had it wrong.
Yeah.
But Reg had just forgotten that we were playing super advanced.
Ooh.
And she misses very closely on the right-hand side. So Carl Brown, we met yesterday, and it was great to meet you, Carl. His question is, who are your top 3 picks for the Worlds? I think the player who's playing the best in the world right now would be Jamie Birch, and he would probably be my favorite on paper. Had a wonderful Mac. I know that he just beat Fulford in 4 games in the Championship of Surrey, and he's probably just the most consistent player right now. I think I'm not sure if Rob is coming to this Worlds. If Rob's coming, he's definitely going to be a great pick.
Robbie Fletcher.
And then Robbie Fletcher, yeah, I think would be my top 3 picks as of right now.
Reg just dropped out the rankings because he hasn't played a AC game for over a year.
Really? Yeah, it's been a heavy GC year with the Openshaw and the GC Worlds in last October, but it's going to be exciting. I'm hoping I can avoid another silver medal, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Oh yes, you had 2 in a row.
Yeah, it's very. I think it's one of the things I mentioned yesterday to some of the. Someone mentioned it, and
It's failed again.
and he's failed hoop 3. It's pretty cool that playing in 2 world championships, and one in 2020 and one in 23, that one was against Reg and one was against Rob, and obviously losing both isn't the best taste in my mouth,
No.
but I think I'll look back 20 years.
World champion.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think I'll look back 20 years from now, and I think those will be cool experiences.
Well, it took Reg quite a long time to win his first, and it took Paddy. Well, and Robert Fletcher. Robert Fletcher had lost in the final.
Yeah. I've played Fletcher, other than this past Golf Croquet Worlds. We had played in the semifinal of the last 3 World Championships, the AC in 2020, the GC in 22, and then the AC in 23. And when we were about to start our warm-up in 23, I said, it'd be really nice to meet in a final for one of these matchups, because they've been so well fought and great matches. But it's going to be a strong field, that's for sure. And I know the NCC is there are going to be some lovely lawns, and so it's going to be exciting.
How hot will it be there then? Still on the hot side?
It'll be on the hotter side. I know that this is hot for England. This for us in Florida. This would be a wonderful day if we got a day at this temperature. But
Nice winter's day, probably.
yes. Nice shot from Samir, and he's hit the blue ball, and that is his hoop. So he's got a great chance to get something going here.
Yeah, I've been to the NCC 3 times. We went over to watch the MAC in 2003. That was November. and it was quite hot then.
Yeah.
And then the two AC Worlds have been in April, and then the second one, the last one, was April into May.
Yep.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, the one in 2016 that was my first World Championship that I got a chance to play in, and I've played in all of them since then, other than the 2018 in New Zealand, and it's 2016 was a good Worlds, strong field, And Carl Brown says thanks and tell Zach I'm ranked 740th in the world and I'm coming for him. I'll make sure to pass that along,
Yeah.
Carl. But yeah, it was a strong field. I hate to miss the New Zealand one. New Zealand is the one country that of the four major AC playing countries that I have not been to. We were supposed to have the GC Worlds there in 2022.
Yeah.
With COVID, everything got pushed away, and then
Came here,
ended up coming to England. So, but
which was good for you.
it worked out. It worked out well. I'm happy with how it all ended up, and it's. I think we've decided that Southwick is the place the Americans like to play. But
Yeah, Liz and I were listening to that in the car. We were actually coming down here
really,
and had it on the live stream.
yeah, it was an interesting week. I am a AC player through and through. Up until 2019, I picked up GC for the first time and really enjoyed it. Up to that point in my life, golf croquet was just a silly warm-up game prior to playing proper croquet.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how much GC has picked up over the years.
Do you play much American rules?
I try to avoid it at all costs. There's just it doesn't reward aggressive play
No.
whatsoever, and I have said many times I think it's a very enjoyable game to play mixed doubles or high-low doubles, I should say.
Right.
But for top players, the opening is all that matters. Once you win the opening, you can set a lead that's impossible to hit, basically, and there's just not much exchange of play. And so it's a fun second, third flight game. It's a fun high-low doubles game. But for top players, there's very few of our top players that can play consistently.
I'd always had that feeling that for top players it's not that good a game, and for very weak players it isn't, because they're just six balls dead all the time. Whereas for middle biskers, it's probably a good game because
It
it's completely different strategy. Because most of them aren't good enough to make breaks anyway.
Yes. And that's the shame, really, is that a lot of the American rules players rarely transition to AC, because even if you've played American rules for, let's say, 5 years, you've never learned how to run a proper break.
No.
Because if you try and you fail, you're dead.
Yes.
And so you're not willing to take any chances. And so what I do for a lot of instruction I was at a club in New York called the Quag Field Club, and a lot of their players played American rules. And one of the things I love to do is use all the rules of American rules, the 9-inch boundaries.
Yeah.
Can't rush a ball out of bounds, can't score a hoop out of bounds, but no carryover deadness. And
Right.
take that part from AC.
Yeah.
And that at least introduces the idea of, okay, now you're actually trying to do something with your turn as opposed to just cornering,
Yeah.
setting the dolly rush,
Yeah.
scoring a hoop, and getting off the lawn.
And just run the time out because they have such short time limits. as well.
Exactly. So it's I think it's dying in the States. I don't think it's nearly as popular as it once was, but there are still some regions of the country that it's very popular. That region of New York that I was
Still seem
in.
to have a lot of tournaments when I look at the calendars and so on.
Yeah, the Croquet Center still has a lot of. They do the Seniors Masters. They do obviously the National Championship, and then there's a couple of other events they do in West Palm Beach area for 6 wicket. But it's just there's very few people that are coming into croquet now and picking up 6-wicket as their first game.
Right,
Or
they'll just play GC and
that's right. And, the one thing I do agree with is that for a lot of them, the shots that are required to run a break properly in AC are very difficult for them.
yeah.
But one of the things, even just this week, that I've picked up on is a lot of the club players here are playing 14-point games on a half lawn. And it's just a great way to allow them to hit good shots, see how the patterns work. And you don't need to hit a full 13-hoop break, just making 6 hoops and playing on a much smaller lawn. Just it makes things possible and it makes it
Yes.
enjoyable.
Short croquet is becoming more popular over here. It was first invented 40 years ago for a TV home internationals on a small lawn up in Manchester, and there've been people playing it for years, but it is felt it's going to be one of the ways to revitalise AC, because Debbie's trying to lead a revitalise AC, because AC is declining in nearly all the countries in the world.
Yes, and it's a shame. It's such a great game, and I think, like we talked about earlier, I think very few people realize the positive impact it can have on your golf croquet game if you're a golf croquet player primarily. But not only that, once you start to play, you start to see the enjoyment that people get out of it.
Yeah. Because
And
a lot of them say, I don't want to be sat out all the time while my opponent's going round. Well, if you're both fairly weak players, you're up and down all the time.
that's right.
And a short croquet game is a time limit just about an hour. I've had some members here saying to me that they play a lot of GC, but actually that's the favourite version is short croquet.
Huh. I always use the comparison of billiards, and if you got two top-notch billiards players together, then sure, one of them's going to run the table,
Yeah.
and the other one's not going to play very much. But if you get two random players together at a pub, they might pocket a ball or two, but
Yeah.
rarely more than that. And it's very similar.
Yeah.
You're not going to see extended play because it's hard to pocket more than a couple of balls, just like it's hard to run a break more than 1 or 2 hoops.
Yeah, especially on large lawns
Yes.
for a newer player.
Jeff Sue commented that based on American rules, tell Adam Lassiter you can't play the game aggressively. We have a player named Adam Lassiter in the States who plays the game of 6-wicket very aggressively.
Right.
And but he would be a phenomenal AC player. He is a phenomenal AC player, but he prefers American rules because that's what he grew up on. And
Right.
and Zach Watson is the same way. Zach grew up playing American rules first. I grew up playing American rules first, and then found AC and fell in love with it. But Zach stuck with American rules longer than most top players do, and decided later on that I think for the top players, what really, for me at least, what changes their perspective of American rules is that once you've played in a national championship and won a national championship, there's no team events, there's no other
Right.
world competitions to
Yeah.
go compete in.
Yeah.
You've done it,
That's
you know.
it, yeah.
And so, having players from other countries and across the world that play the same game is important, and it makes it more enjoyable. So
years ago, we used to have regular international matches. While one pair in particular is Wales and Canada. Every couple of years, Canada would come to Wales and Wales would go to Canada. And I went one time. We played in Toronto. The first day we played American rules. Brian Cumming was playing, and I lost every American rules game. That was 6 games, 2 doubles, 4 singles. And then the next 2 days we went down to St Catherine's and played AC, and I won all 4 or 6 games. Yeah, all 6 games.
yeah. My favorite American rules story is Robert Fulford's first time playing American rules in the what we call the President's Cup prior to the Solomon Trophy, and Robert, somebody got 3-ball dead, and Robert basically put their ball. He got in and he put their ball in the jaws of a hoop,
Yeah.
and it was the next ball to play because of course you play in sequence. and he surrounded it with the other 3 balls.
Yeah.
So they have no choice but to deem, because they can't strike it legally, and they can't hit any of the balls because they're dead on all of them. And so he sets himself a 4-ball break. Because of the deadness. And so I think that was the moment when a lot of the Americans on that particular Solomon team were like, we haven't been playing this game the same way that this guy is.
Oh, he's missed.
Oh, wow. Fortunately, that's of all the shots to miss, that's
Robert
the one to
spent
miss.
a lot of time in America in the early days. Well, he spent a whole year because he was working at he was working at one of the clubs.
He was at the Chattooga Club in North Carolina.
Yeah, he was the pro there.
Yeah, so I'm actually currently the pro at the Country Club of Sapphire Valley, which is in the same area. We have 12 or 13 clubs on they call it the Plateau, in the Highlands Cashers area. And John Rivers owns the Chattooga Club, and he hired Robert to come over there and spend some time. But it's a lovely club, and all of the clubs up there are lovely. But this is my first season at the Country Club of Sapphire Valley, and it's been a great experience. It's a really great club, and a lot of golf croquet. Very few AC or 6-wicket players, but we have around 180 croquet playing members, which is great.
I've just been corrected by Andrew Gregory. Samir has lost 4 Open finals, also Fulford 2008.
Wow.
So Andrew's listening. We're missing your text commentary, Andrew.
And blue finds the gap between red and yellow into corner 2. Is that Andrew Hobbs?
Andrew Gregory.
Andrew Gregory. Oh, Andrew Gregory, that's right. Andrew Gregory came to the MAC in the last MAC in Melbourne, and I met him there. And
He always does text commentary
yeah,
for what? He did it for the Opens a few weeks ago.
yeah, he does a great job. It's very difficult to do text commentary and have people truly understand what's going on, but he does it in a way that's quick, efficient, and still very understandable.
Yeah. Wilo says Bunny used to not enter the second ball as he felt the oppo would struggle on a 3-ball break. Isn't that the Chernobyl opening?
It is the Chernobyl. That's correct. And it's become, widely popular as the correct play with the yellow ball, with the 4th ball. But with a lot of the players nowadays, if you don't Chernobyl properly, let's say they do get the 3-ball break going. If you're too close, then they score 2 back while cannoning it out.
Right.
Or excuse me, if you're too far away. If you get too close to the hoop, then they cannon you into the game. And so playing it properly in the exact right spot to avoid that is difficult. But there is, I will say, the thing about American rules is there's a lot of tactical things different from AC, and the fact that a lot of times AC is everyone trying to do the same pattern but doing it well. In American rules, a lot of times you get in situations that are different, where the correct choice is really only one choice, and you have to find it. But it's a lot of times it's cornering and a lot of cat and mouse.
Yeah.
Whereas AC, you maybe set a leave here and there, but it's rare that you're going to be sitting for multiple turns in the same place.
I was told someone wanted relief, but I don't know.
Yeah. Been doing it for quite a while.
All right. Thank you, Chris, for your time. And we're going to have Tom Balding join us in the commentary booth.
Hello, everybody.
And so we got a pretty interesting match here, Tom. I know you've been watching outside.
I've been practicing.
But yeah, well, Tom's been practicing a little bit, but it's very interesting hoop positions with 6 and 6. It's rare that you see that. And then 3 and 4 back. We had about a 45-minute to an hour-long period where no one scored more than 1 hoop in 1 turn.
Jeez.
So there's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of leaves, and it's been hard for anyone to get anything going. And I've mentioned to the viewers that I think a lot of it is due to the pace of the lawn changing throughout the day, and it's significantly faster than what it was when they started this match this morning. So, not to mention, I'm sure as much experience as these two players have for the Great Britain team, and it's still the nerves of a 6-6 test match, knowing that this point is going to matter a lot going into tonight, heading into tomorrow morning. So I'm excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, this match has been going on virtually all day. We started at around 9:30 in the morning. That's a good shot. And it is now a little after 5:30, 5:45. So they've been at it. They've been doing the 9 to 5 here. Just
Yes,
about.
that's right.
Been at it with a short lunch break for about 8 hours to play 2 and some part of a third game. So Debbie here accidentally running into blue as she runs the hoop. So no rush prospects to get back to black to try and tidy this up. So
Yeah, and Debbie was mentioning to me earlier in the week that the two lawns over here on our right-hand side, lawns 6 and 5, have been easier lawns for her to play on because they're a little bit faster. And so I think the speed change for her is a good thing because her long rolls, long rushes have become significantly easier because they just take less effort.
Yeah.
I know she played Zach in singles on lawn 8, and she struggled to rush across the court with how slow those lawns were at that lawn in particular was at that point, with it being the slowest lawn of the 4 that we're playing on. And not only that, it had rained that first day, and so it was very difficult for her to get anything behind the ball.
Yeah, lawns 5 and 6 are definitely the faster of the two. Me and Kyle Maloof played our doubles match this morning on them, and even just from the morning to a little bit while later, just around lunchtime, the speed increase was noticeable. And Kyle, unfortunately, had not had a chance to really run a break since the morning by the time he got our first triple attempt in the second game. And every single shot, the ball just was sliding all over the place. There was no controlling it.
Yep.
So it can be very difficult in this game, especially if you're playing something like golf croquet. You know, you're constantly on the lawn, and you almost don't even notice some of those transitions because you're hitting shots over it every few seconds. But in AC, you might sit for 30 minutes plus,
Yep.
and in that time, the sun can come out, and the temperature gets up, and all of a sudden, the ground is a lot different.
Yeah, it definitely plays a factor.
Yeah. But this has been a rather scrappy test so far for both sides. Definitely scrappy for me and a couple others. But, you know, we've seen, I think you made the comment earlier today, that some players on both teams still have not performed a triple.
Yep.
And which is very unusual for this stage in a test match at this level. So it just speaks to the difficulty and enjoyable qualities of the lawn.
Yes, it's been the lawns have character, and I think we'd see even less triples if the lawns were like this on day one. You know, I think I mentioned earlier that the practice day we were all expecting this, exactly what we're seeing now, which is tricky brown patches around hoops. Some hoops, you know, you're sending a ball across the lawn and it's going one speed halfway there, and then it completely accelerates or decelerates depending on whether you're going through a brown bit or a green. And so it's nice to see this, and you know, good turns are rewarded in these conditions. If you know 9 hoops is a great turn, versus when we started this test, you know, 9 hoops was expected, just because the conditions were easy enough to call for that. So I think it makes this is a true Solomon match, where you see a lot of leaves, you see a lot of errors, and basically whoever makes better decisions and executes in the end is gonna be the team that comes out on top.
So now we have a big shot coming up here from Debbie. She's going to be trying to roll up to get positioned to run hoop 7 from the corner. And as you can see, there is not only a significant sloping in that corner, but it's also quite brown. So this is going to be very difficult to judge the pace of this and get the angle right.
And my guess, Tom, is we're going to see her play yellow pretty short to the west side, just so that if she doesn't get a hoop shot she likes, she can always bail.
That is runnable. Unlikely to run that and stay near yellow.
I think it's unlikely she takes it, Tom,
Yeah.
if you want to be honest. Knowing how the game is played so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see her bail.
I believe she's left black. Oh,
She's
she is
taking it on.
And I think the reason for this is I think she's left black as her pioneer. Oh, no, she left blue as her pioneer. I thought I had the balls backwards for some reason. But this is going to be a big shot.
And Debbie does a lot of casts,
A lot of casting.
and then sets it down. And I think it's great shot.
And it caught a little wire and managed to hang near yellow. These hoops have been difficult enough that at those distances, if you hit the hoop and manage to make it, oftentimes it runs halfway down the court. So we would have expected to see her somewhere around the peg or even a little farther, but she got a little lucky there, catching just enough wire to stay relevant to yellow. So
I think that's a lot about how she plays her hoop shots as well, Tom. She plays at a pace that she's not going to go sailing through the majority of the hoops, even if she catches it clean. I think a clean shot there would have been at the peg, but if it catches any wire at all, it's going to control itself through. And so that's that's the positive of playing at that pace. The negative is if it does catch too much wire, at a stronger pace, it might still grovel through and fight its way through. That softer pace is going to hang around in the jaws.
yeah.
So.
And we've seen her struggle with that a couple of times earlier in this test with just a couple of slightly angled hoop projections that if she had hit it maybe just a fraction bigger, it might have at least dribbled through.
Yep, absolutely.
So she is in the process of getting this break together. It looks like she's planning on leaving yellow around here for a leave later. Might be the idea. Samir being for 6. So she's indicating by her body language it needs to slow down and
Needs to get up. Yeah, she's leaving yellow behind is an interesting play there. I like sending yellow to somewhere near either the peg or hoop 5, just so that you can use it again.
Yeah.
But I think based on how this game has gone, the standard play from both teams is really just try to get something together, but have a bailout plan.
Yeah.
Because things just haven't gone according to plan so far.
Yeah, and like that's not a great place for black to be. Just because if you want to get it close to 3-back, you're looking at a very wide-angled split, and there's this big patch of brown grass. It's very easy to misjudge the speed here.
Yep. Now she's in a really good spot with blue. It's in this last hour, that's the best Pioneer we've seen.
Yeah.
Pioneers have been rare in this last hour, and so I think she's in a good spot, knowing that okay, if I go a little long, go a little short, as long as I'm close enough to hit that blue ball gently, I feel like I can run it.
And she has come up just a touch short. She's maybe got a 3-yarder now. Black is just the other side of 3-back, and with having left yellow behind, that might cause her just a little bit of awkwardness if she doesn't get a good rush out of this hoop.
Yep.
You typically don't want to be crossing hoops to get to your Pioneers. She's hit it, pushed it about a yard to the side of the hoop, not quite. And she's going to have the hoop tamped. Hard to imagine the hoops in this ground have gotten any looser.
I think she's getting it straightened as opposed to getting it tapped down.
We'll see what Ian Lyons does here. He's just tamping it. I guess maybe part of it is she wants to check it. So when you tamp down these quadways, which are already in very firm ground, sometimes they can tighten up a bit more, and a hoop will go from very tight to stuck. Oh, and it might be stuck. No, he's indicating it just can fit through. So a double-edged sword of getting the hoop to be less wobbly is it's a little more consistent to run through, but it might be a little tighter than the hoop you were originally going to run.
That's right.
So, but again, if she can get good position, she has a very smooth stroke. Unlikely that it would cause her. Ooh, and she's rolled just a little past the line. It's still makeable, but you can see there a little disappointment from her. I've been very interested to see how expressive the British are when there's just small errors in their precision.
Yeah.
And it seems like they demand a lot of themselves. Oh, she's playing this like a jump shot.
There's definitely some angle here. I think she's going to play it like a normal shot, but with a little bit of angle on the mallet. We're going to see, this is a little jump.
That's a jump.
It's a great shot.
Was an excellent shot. So, all right. So we'll see what kind of split she gets here. So I think she's calling Samir out to ask what his opinions are on where she should try to get this blue ball to. The problem is if she just hits it relatively straight up into the lawn, she has a very difficult angle to get a reliable Pioneer and get good position on black, which, as we said, was the other side of 3 back.
Yeah, I mean, the question I have, Tom, and I think she's asking is, hey, Samira, I'm for hoops, or you're for hoop 6. I'm about to set a leave. What do you want here?
Yeah.
I think a standard diagonal is completely reasonable, and I think that's what she's going to try to settle with. But how do we get to there from where yellow is currently?
Yeah.
A reverse diagonal is definitely an option, but when you set the reverse diagonal, now the ball that's towards the east boundary is on the eastern side of the court, when you prefer that it's on the western side, somewhere around 6 and 1 back. So I think diagonal in an ideal world is what you said here, but it's kind of a situation where yellow being where it is, it's going to be tough to get to that position. So I think the question that she's asking Samira is, hey, I know it's diagonal is the best option. How do I get to that? Or what's the best option from where the ball's currently set?
Yeah. Okay, they seem to have come to some sort of agreement, and let's see where she decides to put this blue. She's taking a... It's hard to tell what size swing she's going to use because she sets her mount back down, but she's taken a nice medium-pace swing, center balled it, and she might be just setting up for a reverse, planning to keep blue at the peg, and then Samir will just have to deal with it.
I mean, that's the easiest position to be in. I think the positive of that is that obviously black is going to be on the wrong side of the lawn, but black is the ball that they want to lift. And so the positive is that if Steven lifts the black ball from a reverse diagonal and hits in, everything is on the west side of the lawn when he's for hoop 3. The negative, of course, is if they don't lift the black ball, now the build from Samir is a little bit more difficult. But
Yeah.
I think with how the balls are currently set, a reverse diagonal is the play. So blue is interesting. I think I think that with a reverse diagonal, it's on the wrong side. But I think the question is if it's straight in line with the peg, it's going to be tough to get to the other side. But it's hard to tell from our angle exactly where it is. Ben Rothman mentioned the summer leave. So summer leave is definitely an option. It's tough to get to from here just because you need a ball in the jaws of hoop 2, and there's no ball near hoop 2. But the summer leave is basically a variation of the reverse new standard, or I would say a reverse mom standard, really, where you're putting a ball in the jaws of hoop 2. You and partner are on the west boundary, probably 3 yards to 4 yards south of the line of hoop 2 and 3. And then the other oppo ball is directly in line between hoops 3 and 4 and directly horizontal from the peg. So it's a good leave for hoop 2. I'm a big fan of it. I said it a lot. I've said it once this week. But it's hard to get to from this position. It's really something you have to plan for and set really right after you score 1 back. You can place that ball in the jaws of 2. Otherwise, it's not reasonable to get that ball in that position from anywhere else.
So she'll be sending black out wide here in the reverse diagonal position, trying to get up to blue so she can tidy it up. So she's going to want the blue ball just the other side of the peg from where it currently lies, close enough to the peg that it will have no backswing at her and her partner's ball. It's a pretty good shot. She might have come up just a little bit short of where she wanted it, so she might have to cut this slightly if she wants to keep it near the peg. And you can see that she's just looking for the ideal spot. And then when she's done doing this, she would use her last stroke to lag over to give her partner a rush. Bit of an unorthodox order of things to set your diagonal, but it's what she has.
Is there any thought, Tom, let's say you're playing this and try to put yourself in the position of playing the
Well,
turn.
that might have worked out really well.
If you're in the position of playing this turn, from blue and black's perspective, she sets the lead. She sets a really good lead. You're for 3 and 4 back. Your opponents are for 4 back and 6. With black that close to the east boundary, is playing blue down a balk the best choice? It's definitely the most defensive.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It's the 4-back ball. It's your front ball. But the one thing I'm thinking is that I don't want to make things easy for somebody when they're for 6 and 4 back.
Right.
If I can delay it at all, I think it's a good choice. The other choice is playing down B-balk at black into corner 4.
Which is also fairly safe with them up. So it depends, I think, on. Well, I think it depends on how much Stephen Morgan wants to bet on him hitting and finishing.
Yeah.
You know, this might you get to that situation where you might think, man, this might be my last good chance. You know, I need to take the shot given me.
Yep.
You might still pick a more defensive shot than another shot, and you might just say, hey, I haven't seen, Samir run a clean break yet. Let's make him do it. You know,
Yep.
and maybe that's a bad bet.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he's played very well this week.
Yeah, he has.
I think in this one game, he's missed 2 7-yarders and failed 3 hoops. So
right.
I don't think he had done that up until this point in the whole week. So,
No, he missed 1 7-yarder in our singles and failed a couple of hoops throughout the course of 3 games. But other than that, some normal misses on some longer hit-ins, but nothing to fault a man for.
Yep.
So very much playing up to his ranking, But again, Steven is their stronger shooter of Blue and Black's team. He has the potential to finish up if he hits.
There was the reaction tells me it's open. But from our point of view, there's
Black-
no way it can be open.
Well, I don't know because Black is awful flat.
I mean, maybe black can see 7/8 of blue, but I don't think there's any world that blue can see black.
No.
Not that they'd want to take that shot anyway.
Right.
But that's really how you judge, is it open or not? If the peg ball can see the other ball, you've left it wide open.
I wonder if the concern is maybe the position is difficult to get a clean rush on it up to 6.
Maybe, but it's close enough to 6. You don't really need a clean rush, right?
Well, maybe if Samir trusts the pace of the lawn. But,
Yeah, I mean,
and
not to mention that's a pretty long rush.
that's a pretty long rush. So now this actually does. I think going back to your point, this really does incentivize blue to pick up.
I think it's blue at black. I think
And-
it's a no-brainer. I like blue at yellow too. I like blue at red. Obviously, shooting both from blue at yellow or red is from A block. If you shoot black, you're shooting from B block. But either way,
Stewart is indicating blue at black. I think he was
I think
indicating to
that's
Steven,
why.
and that's what they're going to do. And I think with how long that rush is, yellow at red, I think this makes a lot more sense. And Stewart would have the opportunity to set a good leave here.
yeah.
What would be if he hits this? Obviously, it depends a lot on where he drives black to. But what would be your ideal leave in this position with Steven for hoop 3?
So let's say he hits it. Yeah. It depends on how well he hits it. If he hits it in the center, I'm taking off. I'm sending the red ball to hoop 3, and I'm sending yellow somewhere between the peg and somewhere near corner 1,
Okay.
but west of hoop 1.
Got it.
And then I'm going back to partner.
Well, we're about to find out if he gets that opportunity. Small backswing. Narrow miss on the right. Maybe a little pushy on that.
Yeah, I think that missed by more than what we can see.
Yeah.
He never liked it. My guess is that was 2 or 3 inches right of the black ball. It's definitely a defensive play. I don't think Samir is finishing off of this. If he does, it would be an incredible turn.
If Samir makes an accidental about 5-yard miss right now, he would go straight towards the black ball. So that may be in the back of his mind. He'll have to hit this very well. So he won't go straight towards the black ball, but he'll be too closer than he wishes to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think the play here is rush yellow on lawn, or excuse me, rush red on lawn. It's your one back pioneer. Take off to black, then take off to blue, and or vice versa. Sorry, take off to blue, then take off to black. And your chances of getting the rush on black are significantly higher from the blue ball in corner 4. And so I assume we're going to see a takeoff from the black ball. And really all you're trying to do with red here is get it on lawn. The aggressive play is rushing to black, but if you don't get a great rush on black, you're now stuck with, okay, I have no pioneer.
Wow, great. That ball hopped almost the second it left his mallet. So
he landed on top of that red ball.
I'm telling you, it jumped the second it left his mouth and it landed.
So I believe you were practicing. I'm not sure if you saw Steven's miss earlier. Debbie was in corner 3. Steven had a rush to hoop 2 when he was for 2, and it was a cut rush directly behind hoop 1. And so he plays the cut rush. It's from a little bit less than a yard away. He jumps completely over the ball and lands in contact with Debbie in corner 3. So Samir and Debbie hadn't hit in for 45 minutes, and yet their next hit in was Debbie playing from in contact with Steven's ball after a missed.
Jumped over a 1 yard cut rush.
Correct.
That's crazy.
It's got to go.
It's curling too. Not enough. Andy's left red significantly out on the lawn.
This makes things interesting.
It does. So blue is lurking down there in corner 4. Red is probably almost a good 7 yards in lawn. Probably about 6.
What's the play here? Is it roll black towards corner 2 as you approach, or is it just send black near corner 1 and give yourself a rush to 6?
The problem with corner 1, I think then if you give yourself a rush to 6, I think it's pretty free to shoot black at blue from corner to corner.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost left with the same situation where Samir just rushes red. What I think he should have done all along, personally.
He's going to blue.
Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. I think this is the smart play.
Black's gone quite deep, the other side of hoop 1, towards corner.
Is it not amazing how much longer these doubles games take than singles?
It is, isn't it? I wonder why that is.
I think it's the lack of play that you get. Like you mentioned about Kyle, how he plays a great turn, and then there's hours between his next turn, and the court has changed pace. And even if it didn't change pace, just the comfortability and the rhythm that you get from playing singles and playing every shot
fades away.
It's just gone. And so, I mentioned to a lot of our guys on day 1 that I stepped over a 7-yarder in our first match in the Solomon following the 2-day GC test match, and that 7-yarder felt longer than any 20-yarder I had in the golf croquet match because it's just association, and so it means more, not because it's the Solomon Trophy, just because your misses are a lot more penile, and so it's just a different feeling versus association versus golf croquet.
Yeah, it's, I was just remarking about that today with someone, I failed to hit almost anything in our doubles match today, and I thought, same lawn 3 days ago playing GC. By
Couldn't
hoop
miss a
3,
thing,
it's
right?
like, by hoop 3, I'm hitting it 70% and, inside of like 12 yards.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's rhythm, isn't it?
it is.
I mean, I think
It's also just the mental confidence of like, well, if I miss this, I'll still have other shots. Like, it's not far from over.
Yep.
So, again, pretty forcing to make blue move here to shoot. If he shoots at opponents, which is the shortest shot, he's going to give Samir a chance to make an easier build. If he shoots at black, then Samir would have to rush to hoop 6, make the hoop, and then could either try to 2-ball to 1 back or get some action down in the corner and rush back up.
I'll tell you something I struggle with in doubles, Tom, is that after not playing for a while, like Steven has in this case, I just want to shoot.
Right.
It's like I feel like I'm going to hit something.
Oh, and he is.
And so, I think this is an aggressive choice, but it's also the choice that wins you the game.
Right.
If you hit it, not only are you in, but also there's 2 balls on your side of the lawn.
It's a good-looking swing. And
Nice
he got it.
shot. Nice shot. So Steven hits in.
Leaves it in a nice position on the middle of the lawn. He'll be able to get over to the opponents quite easily.
Yes, this is a great opportunity. When you start for 3 and 4 back, it's rare. It's rare that you get a chance to get an on-time triple. And with where the balls currently are, 1 good roll and 1 good rush back to hoop 3, and you're looking at an on-time triple with both balls being on lawn and on your side of the court for hoop 3. So I think the play here is roll blue to peeling position, going to red, rush red to the east boundary, send red to 4, rush yellow back.
How long has it been since Steven's taken croquet?
It's been a long time, Tom. It has been a long time.
So we're going to see in this shot right here how much the lawn may have changed or how much Steven's perception of the lawn speed.
He's had 3 or 4 opportunities at this peeling turn. Now, none of them have been as good as this opportunity. And what I mean by that is the balls really haven't been in a place where he can do anything productive. And so, I think that was partly why Steven wanted to shoot and why Stewart let him shoot. Even though it was the decision that gave up the most, it was also a decision that, okay, if I do hit this, it's the best opportunity I've had to get this peeling turn.
Yeah.
And let's say he misses that shot. Even if he misses it,
Samir can't finish.
It's a really tough finish from 6 and 4 back.
Yeah.
So I just think it was the best choice in that case.
Yeah. So Steven came up a touch short on red, wasn't able to rush it a little north like he might have wanted. He's rushed it a little south now. Steven has a very good stop shot.
I think there's plenty of room here, Tom.
Yeah. Not for me.
Yeah, that's right. You and me both. Tom and I
I'd be very unhappy with this.
have very poor stop shots, and it's due to heavy mallet weight, and we struggle to hit stop shots well.
Whereas, as you can see with that, especially with that brown grass, Steven's got that. Like, if my black ball only went that far, red would be another, yard or two short.
One good rush, Tom.
One good rush.
One good rush, and Steven's turn's looking
He
in great
struck
shape.
it okay. It's not amazing, but it functions. It stopped short.
It's not good. Let's just
I thought
be
that was
honest.
going to keep going.
It's okay at best. A good takeoff would make this look a lot better,
I thought that was going to keep going.
but it wasn't a good rush.
There's that brown patch there, son.
I am a player that loves to be on the correct side of the hoop. I feel like I can approach with any type of shot and feel comfortable about it. If I have a reverse takeoff, there's not a whole lot of confidence that I'm going to consistently get in a position where I can control the hoop shot.
I wonder if Steven, almost because he's been sitting so long, keeps thinking things are going to go longer than they are. That's a good shot. Keeps thinking things or have sped up.
Yeah.
And is hitting with that assumption, but it's not quite the case.
It's a big shot, Tom. It's just getting your turn in rhythm. One hoop shot under control, and this thing's got a chance. Nice shot.
Yeah, ran it long, but he's got balls to hit. So just hit blue here, put it back into decent position, go into yellow. You're not going to get the on time, but
I would hit either one. If I felt more comfortable hitting yellow, I would hit it yellow, drive it to 5, take off from blue to 4.
that's also good.
I don't think there's a bad choice here. It's whatever ball you feel more comfortable hitting. Let's just get this turn under control in some sort of fashion.
Right. If you can get this round, even if you have to set a leave, that's very strong at this point.
Yep.
With the opponents facing let's be realistic, a 2-turn finish.
Yeah. I mean, if it's one turn, it's a phenomenal turn.
Yeah. But
if he lags at this blue ball, I'm going to lose my mind, Tom. I just want to make that very clear.
he's
Thank
not
you.
lagging.
I see a big cast.
He's not lagging at anything.
Just hit it.
That would be crazy.
Nice shot.
Yeah, good. So the drama should be about over, barring any mishits. So yes, Jeff Sue mentioning that the summer leave that we were referencing earlier is named after Steve Summers, an American player who was a staple player of North Carolina and an old-time friend of Matthews.
Yeah, Steve is. I started playing croquet in Lexington, Welcome, North Carolina, and in the States, and Steve was big in the development of croquet in our area, with Danny Honeycutt being the person kind of behind the scenes of everything, and then my family as well. And Steve got into croquet, and he decided he basically had my dad and Danny build him a court.
Short.
And Steve spent a lot of time playing croquet at Danny's court, my grandparents' court, and also at his court that was newly built. And he created the summer leave, which is, there's very many leaves that are similar, and there really is just a variation. But it's very particular where the oppo ball between 3 and 4 is placed, and also that the ball in the jaws of 2 is in the jaws just enough that it can't see you on the west boundary with where you're laid up.
So Stephen here
Vay says, "Come on, guys, light little cut rush." And Vay, you might be comfortable enough to play that shot, but as team captain, if I watched Steven play that light little cut rush into position, even if he played it well, it would be a very interesting conversation over dinner of what I told him he should do next time.
It reminds me of our team prep when we got to Caronlay before the MAC, and we found out how rough the courts were and how tough the qualities were. Worse than this,
Yes.
by degrees. Matthew said, "If I catch a single one of you lagging to the lead, trying to keep it around,
I'm going to lose my mind." Is exactly what I said.
I'll catch any one of you," which was then made even funnier by the fact that 2 days later, from 7 yards away, I see you lagging at Peely from this distance almost, and I was just I'm like, hypocrite.
Well, I didn't say that what I tell you guys applies to me, Tom. It just applies to you.
Okay.
Good shot.
Oh, bounced off the hoop.
So, do you think that this little tiny conversation that Stuart and Steven had was, hey,
I'm just running it around.
I should just take this to the peg?
It might have been. I don't see any other reason he would have broken the rhythm of his turn right then.
Yeah.
Like we said, you could hit either ball. There was no hope of really getting the peel right there. Doesn't seem like there was really any other smart conversations to be having.
Yep.
And we are joined. Oh, never mind. No, he false joined us. I'm like a Venus flytrap, always trying to bring them in.
That's right.
So Stephen has gotten this well together. So it appears that his back ball just keeps coming up short a little bit on every shot.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about it today. At least I haven't in my session in the commentary. But a lot of us have played with Invictus balls in the States recently, and I've grown up, and Tom's in the same boat, and I would say the majority of our players in the States have grown up playing the Dawson 2000s that we're playing this week, and are very familiar with them. But it's amazing how just a short stint of playing with a different ball, you get comfortable with the pull, you get comfortable with how the balls are going to react. And the first thing that I noticed when we got here this week was the back ball is just not getting up as far as I expect.
No, it's not.
And so just having to play shots a little bit differently, adding a little bit more angle than you normally would based on playing with Invictus has been something that a lot of us have gotten used to. Jeff Sue made a comment that Matthew's no hypocrite, just lacking a mind. And I would love to say that that's not true, but Jeff knows me too well for me to argue with that claim. So I'll have to just take that one on the chin.
Yeah. It was solid advice. He was giving out good advice, but it's easier to give advice than to take it.
That's right.
So do as I say, not as I do.
That's right.
Well, I have, maybe you find this the same way as a croquet teacher. Most of our American team are. I find myself telling students to do things all the time that I routinely forget that I should also be doing, and have to have moments with myself where I'm like, oh man, I'm not doing this thing.
Yes.
And if a student failed to do it, I would immediately just be like, that's so basic. How could you forget to do that?
That's right. It's funny how often, I think teaching in any area of life, a lot of times leads you to realizations about what you're doing in your area of whatever it is. For us, it's croquet, but I think there's a lot of learning lessons from teaching a certain thing, a certain type of shot, or hey, tactically don't do this, and then you reflect on your own play and you're going, wait a second, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of the benefits of teaching is just having that constant feedback for your own game that you're teaching to other people on a daily basis.
So the coolest leave in this position would be both opponents in the jaws of Penalt and Rover and a rush to four-back.
Yeah, I think what I like the best here is Samir's ball. I really like a reverse diagonal where Samir's ball is the peg ball.
Right.
And, that way he's picking up. And if he does hit, yes, there's two balls on the west boundary close to where his hoop is, but his pioneer, so to speak, would be on the east boundary, 2 or 3 yards off. So that's the lead that I would have in my head right now. Obviously, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But I did mention earlier on the commentary that I think in my time, Stephen has played on multiple Solomon teams now, but he's played on every Solomon team with me, other than my first two, one in 2015 and one in 2016. I played without Stephen. But I think Stephen's playing better in this one, at least more consistently than any Solomon I've played with him before. I thought he played very well in the MAC. I think he had up and down stretches, but that's kind of what you expect over a 15-day tournament. Yeah. But I think he's playing better in this Solomon as far as more consistently than any Solomon I've seen him play in before. And so it's exciting to see him playing well. And when he's got things under control, he's normally converted and executed on the turn. I've mentioned that I think Stephen's biggest downfall that we've talked about today is that he has a tendency to not control hoops well.
Yeah.
And so he sometimes breaks that are under control become very out of control quickly because one hoop is run way too hard.
Yeah.
Or he's trying to run a hoop with control and he ends up stuffing a hoop that's very makeable for Stephen. And so it's been nice to see him this week not only making finishing turns and making hoops that he might have stuffed in the past, but also he's just consistently getting around when he gets the balls.
Yeah, I would count that as one of my traditional weaknesses. Not so much the stuffing the hoops, but definitely running them without control, not getting the rushes that I need. I have a naturally big stroke. I get very uncomfortable when I have to make very tiny swings at things. So unless I'm directly in front of the hoop, 6 inches in front of it, I often will run it by several yards.
Yes.
And going back to the whole, my stop shot is also not so good. It's often difficult to get a forward rush or have enough room to do so running it by several yards.
Yeah. I mean, here's a great example. This hoop shot is very short.
Right.
And I think you're going to see Stephen go through, 5-6 yards.
Right.
And this is a shot he can hit comfortably, but you just don't want to give yourself a lot of these throughout the course of a break.
Right. Anything can happen.
Players that are under a little bit more control, this is a 2-yarder. And so, once again, he hits them regularly. Yeah. So I don't think anyone's expecting Stephen to miss that shot, but
what if
the more opportunities
to the jaws or something?
Correct.
Right.
The more opportunities you give yourself of that distance, the more opportunities you give yourself of
right. You don't get rushes you
results.
want. You don't know where that ball's going to end up. It's not even so much that shot as it is all the shots after it that get slightly more out of control.
That's right.
What I often tell my students is you blame the shot that you missed, but you don't even realize that the bad shot was actually like 4 or 5 shots ago. And then you've just been trying to play catch up ever since.
That's right.
And, you shouldn't, you think it was the 4-foot hoop shot at an angle that you clanged that, was the poor stroke. It's like, well, why did you even have that 4-foot angled hoop shot?
Yep.
But everything seems to be in order here. I imagine they're going to have a conversation about the leave here in a second, unless they've already had one when they had that first little discussion.
Yeah, let's see where he's at right now.
He's at 3-back. Red is a good 4-back pioneer.
I think when he scores this hoop is when he'll start asking questions and thinking about where he's going to put everything.
Yeah. How many games are there 3 balls on 4-back simultaneously?
It's very rare.
With another ball on 6.
Harry Fisher got me laughing yesterday with his comment of there was a situation in the doubles game over here on lawn number 6 where both balls were for 4-back.
Yes,
and he said it's funny that you play for multiple hours and you look over and you go, how many turns are we away from finishing? Oh, 2 turns. So we haven't done anything since when we started. In reality, you're still just as many turns away from finishing as when you started. And so there's certain positions like that where you don't feel like you've made much progress, even though you have, just because you're just as many turns away as you were when you started.
So Stuart and Stephen, you were correct. Have now stopped to have a conversation as Stephen is ball in hand off of the hoop and roquet. So Stuart doing some gesturing.
Yes. Yep, I like the play. He's going to load Rover now. Like we mentioned, that's the ball that he wants to leave at the peg. Or excuse me, is it? No, I would rather see that ball go to pivot because we want red at the peg because you want, or excuse me, you want red at Rover because you want yellow at the peg.
Yeah.
But
And depending on what kind of rush he gets out of 4-back, he could still make that choice.
yes,
But
yes,
I'm still, and maybe this is overly ambitious because red is not the ball at pin alt. If red were the ball at pin alt, this would be much easier. But, put red in the jaws of pin alt, put yellow in the jaws of Rover, force them to lift one or the other, and whichever other one they don't lift. Now, the only downside to that is there's a ball in the jaws of the hoop that yellow is for.
correct. That's the thing I don't like is, once again, I think the main thing here is, okay, they have to hit in either way. If they're for 6 and 4-back, with a player as good as Samir is, you can't just assume, oh, he's not going to finish, it's going to take 2 turns. You want to make it at least difficult enough where he would have to play an incredible turn to finish in 1 turn.
Right.
So putting a ball in the jaws of his hoop, if he does hit in, now you've significantly increased his chances of finishing in 1 turn. Now, is it extremely likely? No. But anything you can do to guarantee yourself another shot if they hit in, I think it has to happen here.
Yeah.
And so, my leave that I'm thinking in my head is yellow with the peg with a reverse diagonal, because if Samir does hit in, there's multiple hoops before he gets a chance to get his partner back to 4-back.
Notice that the last few split shots of Stevens have been a lot more accurate with the back ball. He seems to have settled into the pace a lot better. What'll be interesting is now Stewart has sat for a while, and Stewart will be expected to run another 3 hoops.
Yes. A nervy 3 hoops. Let's
nervy
mention that,
3
Tom.
hoops.
It's pretty crazy, the feeling after sitting for a long time when you run the first 9 and having to get up and run 3 hoops that not only in this case wins the game but wins the match.
Yeah.
And it wins the 7th point for the United States in a 6-6 tie in a test. It's a nervy 3 hoops.
Yeah. It should also be mentioned as a reminder that the current 2 adjoining lawns off to the right of the camera's perspective are currently set up for 2 pegged down singles games that did not finish, singles matches that have been going on for 2 days now.
That's right. This is day 3.
Both Stephen and Stewart are the 2 American players in those singles games against Stephen Mulliner and Jack Good.
Yes.
So, and they've been told that they will resume this evening.
Yes, I think what we were told is that they would get a 20-30 minute break for dinner, and then they would play as long as we have light, because
We're
for
behind.
this test to finish, we really need those games to get on.
It's come up just a touch shorter than he wanted. Want to hit this with some nice gentle pace. That's nice. It'll be interesting because those are 2 very different lawns, probably faster than this one. So those Stewart and Steven, one might say, hey, they've been playing all day and are all warmed up, and Stephen Mulliner and Jack Good, haven't been playing since slightly after lunch, and that's not fair. And obviously they will probably get maybe a 10-minute warm up, but adjusting to having played on a different lawn and then adjusting to a different lawn's pace right out of the box
It's tough.
possibly even more difficult.
It is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
You groove in a certain pace of swing for the lawn that you're on that then all of a sudden is just completely incorrect.
Yep. And I can tell you one thing, Tom, and you know this already. Neither one of these guys is thinking about their singles match right now.
No.
They know that they're one missed hit in away from having a chance to put another point on the board.
Yeah.
And with the score being 6-6 and there's 3 outstanding matches, I think it would be amazing for either team to say, oh, we want all 3 of them to take an 9-6 lead. But really, 8-7 is kind of what I'm expecting. It's just in whose favor.
Right.
And so this match is kind of the one where it's really up in the air. No one knows what's going to happen. I know the other ones are the same way theoretically, but each person is 1 game up. They have an advantage in their matchups, and so we could see some interesting finishes to all 3 of those outstanding matches. But this is the one that we're focused on now because it's 1 hit away from changing the advantage.
Yeah. So Stephen has left this fairly flat. And he's also left yellow a little bit more on lawn than maybe he wanted to, but he didn't have the spacing to do
Yeah.
much more and keep control on red. So the wire will be very important here. You do not want to leave the majority of this ball open. That's a short enough shot that it might be tempting.
Yeah, it's the depth on camera looks a lot shorter than it is. It's about an 8-9 yarder. But once again, 8-9 yards is a lot longer. Is a lot shorter than what you would expect from a standard diagonal.
Right. Because a lift shot will be a minimum of 14 to 16 yards.
Yep.
And that would be an unobstructed ball.
Correct.
But, if you can see 9/10 of a ball or theoretically the whole ball past the peg, even if you don't have the room to miss to one side or the other, that is worth consideration.
It looks good. I think Steven likes it.
All right. Yeah, we saw no negative indications there.
Great turn from Steven.
Yeah, so he's just going to place his clip on the peg real quick while he's thinking about it. So this turn started off of a long hit-in while Steven was for hoop 3 off of Samir's leave. And now Samir or Debbie, but most likely Samir, will be staring down the barrel of their own hit-in.
Yep. One of the things in doubles that I always think is interesting is when you're the partner, Stuart in this case, it's much easier to walk out and tell your partner, hey, just run 12 hoops and set me a leave.
Yeah.
When you're the person in play, you're going, no, I'm running this triple.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And
Are you
when you're the
serious?
partner, you're going, what are you talking, no way you're running this triple. It's so funny that in a doubles pairing, it's so easy to convince someone to pull them back off the ledge. And when you're out there, the ledge seems like the only option there is.
Yeah, you get tunnel vision.
That's correct.
Because you've done things before, you know that you're capable, and then you think, they're going to hit, I got to finish this now.
Yeah.
I'm not giving them another shot. I'm not walking off this lawn without a victory.
Yep.
And your partner on the other hand is looking at it a little more objectively because they're not currently playing the shots. They're
Yep.
looking at it as like, sort of the general on the sideline. It's a good turn. It's a great leave. I think they'll be very happy with that. Not sure how wired blue and black are from yellow. I imagine that they have offered up no double targets or anything fat with red peeking over the side of the peg or anything like that.
Yep.
So, but we'll find out in a minute. It would still be a very long shot, even if it were a double. Unfortunately, the camera angle doesn't quite show. You can kind of see from here that yellow and red are definitely not open on each other, though. So a very different situation than what they thought they'd be facing about
Yes.
10 minutes ago.
Yep. 15, 20. But regardless,
15, 20,
it's still, they were looking at a strong opportunity to Samir either to try the delayed triple, to, Steven misses that hit in. I think the triple's on. I really do. I'm not saying he finishes it, but it's definitely, he's going to have a go at it.
Then all of a sudden, at the worst, you're pegging 4-back or maybe pegging penalt, and you're looking at them having to hit another long hit in.
That's right.
And you can make it a forcing one to where
That's
maybe
right.
blue has to play.
And Steven with a clutch hit and a clutch break to put them in a situation where now it's a, hit or die lift shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Unlike golf croquet, which is very momentum based, so golf croquet, the who's has the advantage can change just in the course of a single stroke here and there, and then carry over for a period of time. Association is a lot more about just grinding it out. As you can see, like we've been at this one match, 3 games, for over 8 hours now, and this game in particular, as we've said, has gone on just back and forth, and no one's quite got the rhythm, and so. Association is a lot more mentally taxing than golf croquet is. Golf croquet, you hit a really good shot, and all of a sudden you're feeling great and confident, and everything's easy for the next 3 hoops. And in association, you hit that great shot, and all of a sudden it's like, well, now I have a whole bunch of other stuff that's going to be very difficult for me to execute, and I have to be able to get up off the bench having been cold for 20 minutes and execute it. So we'll see how grooved in Samir's swing is. He He made the hit in last time. I don't think he hit it super cleanly unless the lawn had some really weird eccentricities, because we remember that his ball hopped and landed on the other ball, though he swung fairly straight. So it'll be interesting to see, A, which shot he's planning on taking, and B, how good of a swing he puts on it. So if I'm Samir and I'm betting on myself, unfortunately, the fourth ball is not necessary for blue and black to finish. It's nice, but it's not necessary with only 3 hoops left and no peels. So he's looking at the short shot. I would probably be taking that just because A, it's the shortest shot, maximum chance to hit, and B, if I do hit it center ball, instead of driving it up towards the corner where now I have to make some fancier roll shots, I'm almost guaranteed to get a rush on the other ball. Oh, did they leave a double? He's looking at this. He's stalking it. He's going to shoot this. They must have left a big double target. There's no way. That black must have just rolled a little short or long of the spot that they wanted if it was open from yellow. He's electing to take a very long shot here. I don't know how big of a double this is. It might be a ball and a half. It might be a true double. I don't think there's enough room for him to slip between them just based on the angle that I can see from the camera, but he's looking at this. This is crazy. This would be huge if he hits this. And this is the problem when you can't get at least one of the balls wired on the peg from that far ball, is that if you give up a double, it might be a longer shot than maybe, let's say, short boundary up near that green banister. But a double target's a double target. You know, it kind of offsets the distance, and it gives you more confidence thinking, oh, man, I only have to swing in the general direction of those two. It's off. It looks good. Oh, and he misses it by less than 2 inches probably. My goodness. And you could hear maybe on the microphone just the gasps of the audience outside. Everyone thought he had it. He thought he had it, as you can see by the rare expression of emotion there from him. Wow. That was, like Matthew said before he departed for just one moment, that was a potentially match-winning or losing shot. And unfortunately, it's looking like that may have just lost them the match. You can see how close those 2 balls are marked in. That is not how far away they were to each other, but at the angle he was hitting by the time the yellow ball reached the line, because he was shooting slightly northwards, that's how far it got. So if that's how far apart they were when they were marked in at that angle, he must have missed that by no more than an inch or 2. It was extremely close, might be even less than an inch. So now the question is, can Stewart come off the bench and finish? We may actually be breaking, the players may actually be breaking for dinner. Is Stewart going to, what? Okay. Is Stewart going to finish this turn now? Or?
I would assume so.
Fish and chips are here, guys.
Yeah.
So
I'll put them in the warming drawer.
Thank you.
So here comes Stewart. So Matthew, you saw that shot.
I did.
How narrow of a miss was that?
He started walking. I don't know if you could see that on camera. He started walking about 3/4 of the way there. So my guess is it was on.
Yeah. And missed by less than an
And
inch.
he stopped for a half second right as it missed. So, I think for us at least, that's been a big part of the warm up is finding out which breaks there are on the lawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about one thing already.
I don't like how far away.
I hate how far away he hit that ball.
This is something that got me in trouble in my match
Absolutely.
against
It's
Samir.
exactly the same thing. And it's, guarantee yourself. Sometimes I don't even like to touch it if I have a great rush.
Right. You have the ball.
Yes, you want to get another ball on lawn. But
And that's fine.
it worked out. But it's one of those things that, yes, pop it on lawn. You're going to want it later on. But it's not a necessity. Make sure that you give yourself the best chance to hit a really good rush.
Yeah. And he's paced this rush well. Enough.
The main thing here is the rush on red. Since he has 2 balls on lawn now,
Right.
really good rush
As
on
long as there's a
red.
ball near penalt.
I've always felt on these turns, with just 3 hoops to score, if you can find any way to get through 4-back and hit the return roquet, you're in business. It's just getting through 4-back.
That ball curled a bit. His rush is not great. It's very playable, but he'll have to hit it well.
That's it.
He
It's
has
really hard.
He has not hit it well. And
Oh, it's so hard.
this is a really difficult roll-up now.
It's not a roll. I think it's a takeoff at this point.
And that's the problem when you get those cut rushes up to hoops. If you undercut them,
Yep.
as he did, had he cut that the appropriate amount, that would have stopped a lot sooner because he would have transferred less energy. But
Yep.
so let's see his pace on this shot.
It's got to get up a lot, Tom.
It's not there.
Oh, no.
So now we're in a tough spot because yellow and black are not that far away from each other, and yellow can see red behind it near the boundary. So yellow has an absolute free shot at the black ball if it wants it. So where does blue go?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we as American commentators, we're in a little bit of pain right now. So he's just elected to send that towards corner one. And it remains to be seen what other opportunities will present themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
That's about as good of an opportunity.
it doesn't get much better than that.
That's exactly how my singles ended.
Yep. And you just, you're kicking yourself for, the opportunity is there. You get the miss that you're looking for. And now, barring something incredible happening, I assume that we're going to have to avoid another miss from them.
Yeah.
If Steven's able to hit in, if they can build a lead somehow, there's another miss that has to happen.
Yeah.
So Samir's going to stare down the barrel of this black because he knows if he misses black, he's close enough to red that it's not the end of the world.
It'll be interesting to see what black chooses to do, if they corner or if they shoot at something. I think he'll shoot at something.
Yeah.
And it may not be the worst thing in the world to shoot at yellow. They don't have a guaranteed build out of the positions of the balls.
And he gets it.
He's nicked it.
Great shot.
Yeah, that just hurts. And I would say, and I'll say that I think that the main difference in this test has been that the Americans, several of us have had those sort of quote-unquote easier turns, and we've just been having a little bit of struggles with the conditions to convert all of them.
Yep.
More than the Brits have.
Yep.
Our hitting has definitely kept us, sort of right in there, because I would say our hitting in is better than the Brits is.
So far. Yeah, I definitely would agree with that.
On the averages. But, with a player like Samir, who is a great shooter just objectively, you can't give him that many.
So he's going for the approach on 6 now, it looks like.
This is interesting. Do you like this?
I think the concern that he has is, okay, if I do the approach, or if I go to red and bring red out and then I fail the approach, now red's in long.
He has
That's a
approached
great shot.
really well.
And if you play the approach now, if everything fails, just run back to red. They're
Yeah.
playing the 4-back or playing the peg ball. So I don't mind it at all.
He's ran that comfortably to the boundary, and we'll have some sort of a rush in the direction of 1-back. There's really no break build out of this unless he starts doing some fancy rolls from the corner at 2-back.
Yeah.
And there's definitely no triple to speak of. Okay, so Samir has cut that pretty well, honestly. Didn't get it the whole distance he wanted, but he's on the playing side of the hoop.
All right. So our dinner has gotten here. I'm gonna eat and let Tom do some commentary. Then I'll come back, let Tom eat, and I'll do the commentary, and then he'll join me after that. I'll be back.
All right, guys. So, some decision making to be done. And this could be these leaves can be very tricky based on the position of the balls in the hoops. So this will maybe take a minute, but bear with us. I know this match has been going on a very long time, but the players are just as eager to finish it as we are. So he's leaving black here to go do a takeoff, it appears, to the blue ball. I guess the idea is that even if he comes up short or for whatever reason doesn't like hitting blue, he can just always run back to red. Black would be by his hoop, so it kind of forces them to play the black ball, which is what they want because the black ball cannot score anything. That's hard. That's hard. That's out of bounds. That's out of bounds. Holy moly. He just absolutely clubbed that. That has given blue, albeit not a great one, but a way back in. The innings are back in blue and black's favor. Oh my goodness. So black is now somewhat safely deep in corner 2. Red is also somewhat deep in near corner 3 next to the hoop. And blue and yellow are now less than 2 yards apart on the south boundary. Blue is a little bit north of the corner, so its rush is not exactly lateral. But that's a critical error. Right when it looked like you had the game back under control, that might flip everything. Do we have a way for me to see the chat? My phone is dead, or just about dead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, type C. So, very important discussion now about how to handle this. The straightforward way of thinking about this is simply to, that has a voltage adapter in it, right?
It's
Yeah, it should. Yeah, 102.4, good. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to pull the chat up, but my phone is almost dead. So Mr. Galpin here is helping me with a phone charger. Thank you. All right, and I'm going to pull up the chat here for a minute so that we can see everybody's comments and I can answer any questions that might arise. So, oh my goodness. This is just insane how this has turned out. So, blue has roqueted yellow out into the lawn and taken off from it back towards black, leaving it between level with hoop 4 in front of hoop 5. And it is now squarely in blue and black's favor. And he misses the black ball. So, okay, not the end of the world. It's still more or less a leave. It has no rush towards 4-back. It does have some sort of a rush pointed back down the court towards yellow. So it does, however, give the opportunity for yellow to play. The plan, as I imagine they had made it, was he was going to roquet black more out of bounds. He was going to take off to red, position red a little bit better to make it more forcing, and then he was going to play back towards the corner to give themselves some sort of a rush back in the direction of their hoop. Now, this unfortunately allows Samir and incentivizes Samir to be the ball that plays. Red is not a great pioneer still. It's closer to the boundary on the eastern side than it is the hoop. And there's still singles to play after this. It is currently 6:48 p.m. here in England. And we will see how long. You can see the shadows are getting quite long. They've almost the shadows have almost overtaken the lawn next to us, which will be the location of the first of the two singles matches. So, and again, when the shadows fall over the courts, that also can affect the speed in different conditions. Just reactions from the grass from getting direct sunlight or not. So, it'll be interesting to see as this match progresses how these turns are going to go. Stewart only needs one good go around, but it seems hard to come by at the moment. He doesn't look like he's playing that fluidly, but he might find it just in the nick of time. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why triple peels are the standard when possible, to avoid situations like this. But Stephen was very prudent in just deciding, hey, I don't quite have the speed. There's more chances that the break will deteriorate. I haven't played in a bit. I'm just going to run a clean break and get us to this position. So nothing wrong tactically with that, given the circumstances. But I think this will, for those of you who are novices, or less experienced with association, this might give you some indication as to why the triple peel was developed and has become the standard in the first place. Thanks for the commentary, Tom. Any thoughts on alternate shot doubles among the U.S. team? We use it as a teaching tool, definitely. I have done a lot of alternate shot doubles with students just because you want them all to get as many opportunities as possible to play, so I'll do alternate shot break running and it works best with an odd number of people so that they can, almost hit hoop one with that. That would have been disastrous had that hit hoop one and stayed on court. So they have gone to corner one, as far away from Stewart's hoop as possible, and also vaguely maybe threatening the idea that, hey, we just watched you miss a less than 7-yarder. Why don't you miss another one straight to red? So it's a very defensive position. Doesn't really demand anything. Stewart, again, the play is, if you have the confidence and the power for it, is to rush to the south boundary behind yellow, stop black up the court again, and rush yellow up to 4-back, and then you could finish. That demands a couple of very long rushes, and we've seen Stewart struggle with those long rushes throughout the day, even as the courts have sped up. So, but he's out there and he's going to play. The other option is just you have to set another leave. So you can rush this down towards the south boundary, pick up red, send red back up towards 4-back, go to yellow, split it up somewhere. Did he miss it? Did he miss it? He missed it. Oh my God. Did he nick that ball? No, he didn't. The camera kind of moved. I couldn't quite. Oh my! No, he missed it. Oh my God. Well, now, thankfully or unthankfully, the rush was aimed a little differently than I thought it was on the camera. He did not go straight to red. He has, however, gone shockingly close to yellow. It creates an interesting situation. If yellow shoots and misses, then blue has a rush to red, and should be a fairly easy rush. If yellow hits, there's really nothing for them to finish. Black is by their hoop. They are fairly deep behind their hoop and into the corner area, so it would be a very ambitious play to try to maybe take off behind red and rush up the court and get some sort of pioneer action going on at 2-back. Wow. 2 failed 4-yarders in a row. Vay, I'm going to say that whatever power he hit that at, he probably was going to miss. He missed that one. So I don't know if hitting that lighter would have done any good. Something I've noticed is that on some of those shots from Stewart, when he does not follow through, when he's trying to hit it hard, he doesn't follow through. And that's normally the moments where he loses some of his accuracy. So, and we're...
You got anyone still watching? Yeah. They're loving it, are they?
Wow.
Excellent.
So back to Mr. Deeth's question while they determine what to do. So yeah, I utilize alternate shot doubles, and I'm sure other pros do as well, in our lessons, mostly with American rules, because not a lot of our members play association. But just for break running practice, I don't think we as a team have ever done any drills like that together or have played it that way a lot. So I don't know if we have any strong opinions on the matter. But I'd have to ask around because it hasn't really been a conversation. Debbie is shooting across, much more conservative, much more difficult. And if she hits this, though, she could set a really wonderful lead for Samir. She has missed it and is now in the other corner. So Stewart may yet get away with this. He has a free shot at yellow, or could go back up to his partner. Well, he should shoot at yellow, let's just say that. At that distance, he should shoot at yellow, he should hit it, and then he should set the opponent somewhere useful, and then go back to his partner. And that is what he's doing. Although Stephen Morgan is walking out onto the lawn, this may not have anything to do with his decision to hit yellow. It may just be what you're going to do once you hit it. And he is elected to just make some passing comments. I would love to see Stewart follow through. Don't try to overhit this. His follow through, when he swings smoothly, he's very accurate. When he starts to stab at it because he's trying to get more power, because he's not a naturally hard hitter, that's when we start to see a lot of inaccuracies. He's stretching for that one, but he's hit it. He doesn't want to follow through, it seems. But the mallet tried. So, what to do? Going back for red, the only real move is to throw it up at 4-back. The only problem with throwing it up at 4-back is yellow and red don't have the longest shot at each other. Yellow would pretty much give up the world if it shot at red and missed, if the opponents were if blue and black are joined up over in corner 2. Vice versa, if he hits, it's kind of like Steven's long hit earlier. He would have the world, more or less, with 2 balls over by his hoop in the corner. But one way or the other, he's going back down to the corner to go get that ball. It has managed to stay in, just inside of his maximum distance, perhaps. His critical distance, I should say. So, he has hit, and let's see where he decides if he's just going to send this ball up to 4-back, potentially a little deep past it if he can. Really incentivize the red ball to play away from the hoop. The problem is that he's still a very long way away from partner. You could do the long Hogan roll just to, get red down there and try to get, he's looking like he wants to do that. Wait a minute, that's not is that going out of bounds? It's off. No, it's not. It's not. Oh, it is. It is. It is. And it has, so I don't really understand that shot choice. He neither gave himself full control to get red to a good spot, nor did he do the full roll to get himself near partner where he had a chance of either hitting it or at least controlling where he went out of bounds. And now he has left yellow and blue literally 3 inches from one another, with a rush straight to red. So I just don't understand it. I don't understand the shot choice. What was the purpose? I don't know why blue needed to go there. A simple stop shot would have sufficed. Just control the red ball. If he wanted to be aggressive, I don't know why he doesn't play the full roll. Wow. It seems that Samir may get a chance at this after all. Is it a finishing turn? That I don't know. It'll depend on how he plays these next few shots if he can get this going. Red is going to naturally be his 2-back pioneer, so my suspicion is that no, he's not going to do any really aggressive, like peeling 4-back, going to 3-back maneuvers, which would probably have to be what it would turn out as at this point. But wow. Oh, I was asking in relation to test matches rather than coaching. Yeah, James, that's actually a very interesting idea. I've never really thought about it. I'd have to ask the rest of the team if they have. It would definitely make doubles pairings a lot more. I hesitate to say important, but so. All right, I am being relieved to go have my dinner by Matthew Essick, and Matthew, I'm sure you witnessed.
Oh yeah.
What just happened, and you may have lots to say about that, but good luck. I might rejoin you later.
Yep, we'll see how everything plays out. Howdy, folks. I am back. Fish and chips were lovely. Yeah, so we'll see what we have here. I know that Stuart sending a ball off not only is bad because the turn is over, but he set up. It's almost like he set up perfectly for Samir. So Samir's got an opportunity to run this around. We'll see if he plagues black off and see where it goes from here. Yeah, thanks, Faye. It was a quick dinner. I was scarfing it down, and the otter ale they have on draft here makes it go down a little bit easier. So it was quite good. All right, so we're going to see if Samir can get this going. I assume we're going to see a stop shot here just to get black somewhat in lawn, and then rush red to the north to give him some more space, and just give himself a pioneer, which he is lacking currently. The best pioneer he's had is the one that Stuart gave him from this leave. There is an option to go to blue. I think he'll opt to hit red now. Nope, I'm wrong. He's going to go to blue now. Try to just dig each ball in lawn and get this break a little bit more together. I think what he's looking for here is to make it where there's one long rush to 2-back, and after that things are somewhat in order and all the balls are in play, and he's capable of using them. So this match has taken a lot of turns. Just the time that I was gone, we saw Stuart with the chance to finish. We saw Samir get in off a hit and then take off the court. And there's just been a lot of exchanges of play. We saw Debbie miss a hit in. We saw Stuart miss one rush from a yard and a half. And we also saw Stuart hit back in after Debbie's miss and then send the ball off the lawn to give Samir this wonderful setup. So, yeah, we'll see if he can hit one good split here and get a good rush down to 2 back. So I don't know where our camera has gone. Samir has just played the croquet shot splitting blue onto the lawn, and now he has the rush down to 2 back. Like I said, I have no idea where the camera's at. He's played the rush. He's about 2.5 yards north of hoop 8 and about 1.5 yards east. So a decent approach up to the hoop. And we'll see what he can do. So he approaches hoop 8. He's put it about 2 feet dead in front, loaded red back to the back line, and he's staring down a straight 2-footer. He's going to try to run this all the way to the south boundary, and he does. Runs it clean all the way back. And so he's going to have a rush on red down to, let's see, where's blue? He's going to have a rush on red back down to the north side of the court to try to get this together. Still no 3-back pioneer, still rushing ball to ball and getting good rushes to his hoop to score. But the key is getting a rush out of the hoop, which he's done. So he's rushing this near 4-back. I assume we're going to see him go to blue right now, rush blue back to black, and then get a good rush on black up to 3-back. Nope, we're going to see black to blue, so the opposite. Is he looking at this peel? Is this peel a possibility? No, right? It is. Oh, gave it an effort. Catches right wire. It's kind of pinned up against it. A straight triple is still a possibility. He can also just send black back to 3-back, or excuse me, to 4-back to be the ball he can use for the straight triple. But the main thing right now is getting a good rush to 3-back because he has nothing in that general vicinity. You know, I think the main thing here is that we've watched Stewart miss a bunch of easier shots when things got stressful and towards the end of the game here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Samir just say, okay, yes, the straight triple's a possibility. I can do it. I've done 6 tuples. I've done straight triples. But chances are that Stewart is going to miss a hit in with the pressure on the line, knowing that Debbie has 3 hoops to make and finish the game. So just banking on finishing the turn. And so I think that's what he's going to do. And Ben, yes, I had the mushy peas. They were phenomenal. I was super anti-mushy peas when I got here, and I've changed my opinion on that very quickly. They look dreadful, but taste is nice. So I can get behind the mushy peas, and they've earned a fan in the last 5 days. So. All right, Samir's roquette blue after 3-back. Let's see if he can get something going. I'm guessing it's going to be blue down to pinult on the way to black and possibly bringing black back over if the straight triple's a possibility. I don't think he's going for it, like I said before. I just think it's too risky knowing that Stewart's chances of hitting in after missed shots are low. But you really never know. All right, and the leave is going to be some variation of the reverse diagonal that we mentioned before. And once again, I think Samir's going to be looking for an opportunity to put the ball that needs to play for Stephen and Stewart, which is the blue ball, at the peg. He can always leave, I'm guessing, a blue in the jaws of Penalt. Black in the jaws of Penalt and blue in the jaws of Rover is a good one. Knowing they would prefer to play the ball in the jaws of Penalt, but since it's the peg ball, they're not going to. That's a good one as well. But a lot of options. Do you do the peel? It's dead on. If you get in the jaws, he's opting for no. Great angle. Yeah, really nice angle. So if he goes for the peel, gets in the jaws, then it's worth it. But in this case, it's just finish your turn. It's the biggest thing. Grilled kidneys for breakfast and Marmite on toast. Haven't had either, but from the sound of it, I don't know that I'd like to have either. You ever had Marmite on toast, James?
I have.
You have? How is it?
I quite like it.
You like it? Okay. All right. Well, James, I trust James for a lot of things. So if he says he likes Marmite on toast.
Marmite is that you either like it or you hate it. That's their whole marketing thing.
Okay.
It's 50-50, like.
There's no indifferent opinions about Marmite. Okay. All right. So I'm not sure which side of the fence I stand on, but I stand with James. So I'm going to say I like Marmite until I prove otherwise. Grilled kidneys, on the other hand, I just can't get behind that. I'm happy to try anything, but it just doesn't sound appealing. So. Ben says get James Galpin on the mic. James is working way too hard behind me to make sure all this production you see looks very professional and clear. I would love to have him on the mic. He's a treat, but I think he's working too hard to make everything else look good and make me look like I know what I'm doing. Ben does says hi, though, James.
Hi there.
Truffle Marmite is out of this world if you can find a supply. Huh. I think I have to try normal Marmite before I, start hopping to the others. Based on James' description, if I'm not going to like normal Marmite, I'm not sure I'm going to like any other kind of Marmite either. So I think I should just kind of slow down a little bit here, get some normal Marmite, and then go from there. It can't be in the States, right? No Marmite in the States?
You wouldn't have any American Marmite. You might have imported British.
Okay, so it might be British Marmite. Is Marmite the brand, or is it what you're eating?
Marmite's the brand.
Okay.
It's, I think it's yeast extract is what the...
Yeast extract. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to do a little research on Marmite because.
Yeah, Vegemite as well, which is what in Australia.
Yeah. See, I actually think I got a chance to try some of that when I was in Australia. It wasn't great. Vegemite, but okay. Vay says it's in the States, so I'll give it a try. I'm not opposed. There's not many things I don't like. It's super salty, I've been told. Okay, super salty. I like salt. I think most people do. I mean, if you're an American, you have no choice. But we just double the quantity of salt and everything. But I like salty things. Truffle Marmite. I'm gonna have to take a look into that. Publix has it. Oh, I would never have guessed that. Huh. Okay, Publix is going to get a new customer when I get back to the States. But where I am in North Carolina, Publix is unheard of. Okay, so he's loaded black to the peg. And we're going to see some sort of reverse diagonal. So, as I mentioned, there's two ways to look at this. If you think your opponent's going to hit, you would swap the balls, blue at the peg, black over near the east boundary. If you think they're going to miss, obviously you never know, but if you think they're going to miss, you would rather than pick up the ball on the east boundary because the peg ball is closer to four-back. It's not as straight, but it's closer. That's at least my preference. All right, so we're looking at, this started at 9:30. I mean, we're looking at almost 10 hours of play. 15 minutes from now we'll be at the 10-hour mark. And Debbie and Samir have both finished their singles matchups from the day one match, but Steven and Stuart both are to go on. So that will go on as soon as this is over, regardless of how much sunlight we have left. The sun sets. I'm trying to pull it up here. I want to guess 7:45 or 8. All right, so Samir has made rover. Oh, he's going to peg black off. I don't know why I haven't thought of that initially. It just makes more sense. Okay, it says sunset at 8:44. I'll be honest, I find that hard to believe, but I feel like the sun has been setting around 8:20 at the latest. But we shall see. Yeah, there's Ben has a good point. There's two ways to play this. One, you peg black off. You give Stewart more shots, but his hits mean less because there's not as many balls on the lawn. The other option is to just give him one shot. He hits, he has a great chance to finish. He misses, Debbie has a great chance to finish. And that would be not pegging black off the lawn. But with where he's left blue, this is no doubt about it. Peg black off. He's probably going to go standard east boundary opening spot. And give blue the lift. And it's just a lift to balk, not a lift to contact. Debbie was already for four back when he started the turn. And this is a big match. Obviously, the two singles are yet to play, but I could be wrong, but my guess on paper is those are going to split. And so I think either country would be thrilled, absolutely thrilled with an 8-5 lead going into tomorrow. But I think, a 9-6 lead going into tomorrow. But I think 8-7 is kind of where most people think it's going to be. It's just to which country. Obviously, I'm hopeful for an 8-7 lead in the American favor, but this end game here is going to play a big factor into that. All right, just spreading blue out, pegging black off, and then probably going to east boundary. Is Great Britain a country? No. So the way I understand it is that, and I have James here to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost certain that the United Kingdom is Scotland, Wales, England, and Northern Ireland. Ireland is not included in the United Kingdom, correct? And then Great Britain is all of those except Northern Ireland. So it's Scotland, Wales, England.
Yeah.
James looks confused, but I'm almost certain that I have that correct. So Great Britain is the inclusion of Scotland and Wales in the on the English team. I always get that confused, but I think I figured it out by now. And so in this case, I believe all the players on this team are English. So this is an England team, even though they're representing Great Britain. I know on the last Solomon team, two Solomons ago, when we played in Pinehurst, Duncan Reeve, who's actually a local here at Budleigh, represented Scotland in the on the Great Britain side. All right, so black has been pegged off. It's 4-back and box versus 4-back and peg. A classic 2-on-1 ending. We're going to see Stewart take the lift to the end of A block and take the single ball shot at yellow. Obviously shooting at this ball because if he misses, it's he doesn't give up anything. And he center balls it. Great shot, Stewart. And Stewart is a player, in my opinion, that I talk about my partner Zach Watson like this as well, where when things get easy, I get worried. When things are difficult, there's very few people I'd rather have playing the term. And so, yes, it's a 2-on-1 and he's got a lot of difficult shots to play, but this is when Stewart is really at his best. Does Stephen Morgan have to resume his singles now? No, I don't think, even though he's been pegged off, he has to resume his singles. He could, theoretically, but it's still a doubles match. Tactical advice is still welcome. It would be interesting if they let him start his singles and then Stewart called him over for tactical advice while he's in the middle of a turn of his singles match. That would be an interesting situation. All right, so Stewart's playing the big roll down to 4-back. Getting blue in good position is the goal, but keeping yellow on lawn is the tough part. Having enough angle with enough power. So he's played the roll, come up significantly short. And now the choices are shoot the hoop, which is extremely aggressive, or triangulate between yellow and red. I like the triangulation option myself. If this rolls out another 3 or 4 yards, then sure, shooting the hoop sounds like a reasonable tactic. But chances of making the hoop from level with the peg are extremely low. The concern here of triangulation is if you go too close, or if you go, let's say, mid-lawn between the two balls, red has a shot into the corner 3, that now gives you an 8, 9, 10 yarder that if you hit yeah, you got a chance to finish, but if you miss, it's almost a guaranteed finish from Debbie. If you go closer, let's say behind 4-back on the north boundary, now her shooting to the corner past you is a little bit giving up a little bit more, but then Samir just joins red, and it's a longer shot for you towards them. So towards the opponent balls in corner 2. So Stephen's pointing on a spot on the west boundary. Let's see. So Stewart has gone on the north boundary, about 2 yards east of corner 2. Debbie won't shoot at this. It's too aggressive. Yes, if she hits it, she gains a lot. If she misses, there's a good chance of a finish. So we're going to see red at yellow or red to corner 4 is my guess. Red at yellow, obviously, if she hits, she's probably going to set a much better leave. If she misses, the concern is that if Stewart hits, he has something, but if he misses, the game's over. I think corner 4 is the play. Once again, you can shoot at yellow all you want, but if blue does hit yellow, there's a chance of a finish. Corner 4, even if blue hits yellow, it's a lot of good shots before a finishing turn. I think red at blue is just a kamikaze play. She's thinking of moving. Samir's marking a spot more south on the west boundary. I think that just gives yellow a free shot, or blue a free shot at yellow. Two versus one in games can get very interesting. There's choices that are definitely right, and there's choices that are definitely wrong. But ultimately, if you hit, it makes any decision look a lot better than it is on paper. The core might be slowing down a touch, but it's not slowing down a lot. All right, looks like we're going to see yellow corner. Possibly. Samir's out on the lawn, looking at different places. I like corner 1 a lot. I think all the way to corner 4 is good. The negative of going, he marks somewhere on the east boundary there. I don't like that just because if Stewart does hit red, he can take off the yellow and have a significantly shorter approach than he had already from corner 4. All right, so we're going to see blue at red. Can't set up. Yes, they're separated. You set up, red and yellow join. You've got nothing. If it was hoop 11 and he was setting up, it'd be a different story. But he'd give Debbie a free shot. So I think blue at red is the sensible option. A lot of the 2 versus 1 is take your shots when you get them. Before the opponents have joined. He could shoot at yellow, which it looks like he's possibly doing. But very close. He didn't take much time over that shot. So I assume we're going to see yellow set a leave. Stewart does have another lift shot once Debbie scores 4 back. The problem is if she scores 4 back and finishes on that turn, there's no more lift shots. The game's over. The rush for yellow isn't a big deal here because yellow's the peg ball. Oh, you mean a miss on red? Yeah, I wouldn't be as concerned with that, just because the chances of finishing from that situation are fairly slim. All right, so rolling both of these balls to corner 3, where 4 back is the goal. Samir's already looking at wiring possibilities and really the area he has to land on where it can be wired. Obviously, he has to leave one ball open. He has touched blue, so he has to leave blue a shot at something. I think one of the important things of 2 versus 1 situations is you need to make sure that if your opponent does take the choice of shooting, if they miss, it's an easy chance for your partner, in this case, to finish. So spacing is key. We have Jack Good's dad doing the camera work there. What's Jack's dad's name, James? Graham? Graham Good, that's right, Graham. So Graham is doing some camera work for us. He's been doing camera work all week, and he's done a great job. Okay, so Samir has sent red off the lawn. Not the end of the world. What that does is it does make the separation between red and yellow significantly longer, but Stewart really can't shoot at it because he just goes to red and gives red an easy 3-ball break to finish. One thing I really like here is going basically at the halfway house over there, or the shed, right at the halfway mark, or going to the end of B-balk. Possibly a little bit more west of that. You don't want to get too close. The load and hold is definitely an option where she can send blue out on the lawn, let's say around hoop 2 area. If she gets the approach, great. If she doesn't, then she can always bail to the leave. So he's opted to go about 2 yards east of the corner 2 on the north boundary. Close enough to be a threat. This is probably going to force Samir to play at red, knowing that if red misses yellow, then Stewart would have a free shot at the yellow ball next to his hoop. It's a 7-yarder, 6.5, 7 yards.
and he's missed it. This might be a double. Stewart's got a chance of a big target here. We'll see what it's placed in. I do know that from the B-block to corner 2 on this lawn is pretty treacherous, and this ball is going to move a good amount. Because he's playing a little bit more in lawn, we might see this stay pretty straight up into the end of B-block. I have no clue what this ball does from the end of B-block towards corner 3. So red must have been a boundary ball. It's a single ball target, and Stewart's taking the shot. Nowhere close. I think Stewart's best bet at this point is a mistake by Debbie. So Debbie's got two options here. One is to try to get yellow behind blue to get the cannon. The other option is to try to get blue behind yellow for the cannon. Right half of blue gives a good chance of that. So it's pop blue away. No cannon there. And it's going to be a tough little build from this corner. I think we'll see Debbie try to approach four back, but possibly just to leave, knowing that she's leaving yellow behind on B-balk, and if she makes the hoop and fails to get anything going, then yellow is on a balk line. She's giving herself a great rush and a good opportunity to score four back. She's looking for a rush back towards this yellow ball. That can be either really unlucky or really lucky. We're going to see whether she can place the red ball on the correct side or not. It looks like she has no issue. She can just place it on this side. She's going to try to pop this, land in the jaws, and then get a rush over to yellow. So just trickle through, leave a rush pointed at yellow. Just a takeoff here, trying to get her a good rush on yellow. She's okay leaving blue in the balk line. Blue's the ball that's going to have a lift anyway. I think she's going to feel pretty comfortable about pin alt. The question is, does she get a forward rush towards Rover? If not, they're going to have to dodge another bullet of Stewart having a lift. Okay, red plays a decent rush on yellow. It's come up about 3 yards short. The question is, does she roll off now? Yeah, looks like she's going to roll off. Sending yellow over there. If she gets a great approach, makes the hoop, and makes a decision on where to send red. If she doesn't get a great approach she likes, she's just going to bail. Knowing she's giving up the lift. It's a decent shot, but I don't think it's good enough for her to take this on. So we're probably going to see her bail. She's pointing somewhere near the corner 4. I can tell you from my perspective, if no matter where red goes, I'm probably taking a shot at it. With yellow being on lawn, there's a good chance of getting a takeoff somewhere with having a rush on yellow. Even if you miss, there's still a lot of work for Debbie to finish with a couple of good shots. So I think it's worth it taking the shot now. That's a little bit more aggressive because you're not getting another left shot. Not to mention he's already hit from A-block into corner 4 once already. And I mentioned that last shot he took into corner 3, there's a lot of break on that north boundary. And so you really don't know what that ball is going to do off the mallet because sometimes there's kind of a tire track there and sometimes it kicks really hard to the left, other times it stays decently straight for most of the way. I think now's the time. Now's the time to take the shot at red. Please lift and shoot it red. I just don't like this choice. It's the safer choice, but if he hits, there's a lot more work. And misses wide left. All right, so we're going to see yellow join up with red. Probably going to shoot at it knowing it doesn't give up a double. If it does give up a double, we'll see him with a wider join. And it's off. And he misses into the corner. Now's the time to shoot. No question. Stuart's pointing at different places, trying to get a better shot. It doesn't get better than this one. You have no more lifts. They're just going to wire and put each hoop together. Now's the time to go. We've got a great angle. It's just drifting. All right, so Debbie's gotten a cannon in corner 4. So a decent rush down to penalty. It's come up pretty short. The safe play is just roll them off towards corner 2, set up for a much better rush next time. So she's left both balls a little bit short. She wanted to get yellow a little bit closer to the corner to really make this as long of a shot as possible and a trap. You don't want to get yellow all the way as close to the corner as possible, because then if blue does shoot, there's not enough space to pop a ball on lawn. So this does give you the space, but it makes that shot for blue a little bit shorter. And like I mentioned before, we're getting to the point where Stewart has to take any shot he gets. All right, so they said to leave. It's blue to play. Blue's taking a go at this. Not much time. Standing over it. Just going to give it a whack. Misses just slightly on the right. Luckily, it's missed far enough that red can't easily pick it up. That's the negative of leaving yellow on lawn. All right, so we're going to see Debbie just take this rush now. Try to get as good as she can. And once again, if she doesn't get a good one, she just bails to another corner.
Let's party.
Great shot by Debbie. And she's got a chance to get a forward rush out of hoop 11. So doesn't get the forward rush. She runs into it just barely. So it looks like she's going to have to dodge another bullet. All right, so Samir's giving her a spot. They're going to go lay up in corner 4 and try to dodge one more shot. The way this match has gone so far, it might be 3 more shots. It looks like it could end any second, but it's looked like that for the last 3.5 hours. All right, so we're going to see Stewart take one more go at this. I believe he's wired on red. That's probably why Debbie went to corner 4. And it's a total cross-court shot. So Stewart's pointing out places that he could go to as opposed to shooting. Obviously, if he shoots, the game's over. I think at this point, if you don't shoot, there's a good chance that Debbie gets a wire of some sort. You never get another shot. I don't think he's taking a shot at this. He's opted to go close by on the west or east boundary, hoping to get a closer shot. All right, so pretty short shot, but a big one. Debbie's just trying to hit this, and if she gets somewhat of a rush to Rover, she's going to try to score it and possibly finish the game. If she doesn't catch it on the right side, we might just see another leave. Oh my word. A miss. Where did red end up? Do we have a camera where red there? Oh my word. Wow. So red must have hit hoop 2 and bounced off to there. Stewart has a chance. hit yellow, take off the red, and see what you get. Got to hit yellow first. And he does. So Stuart's taking a look at how much space he has back here. One good shot, and this could make things really interesting. And he's 12 yards short. So now it's hitting red and rolling off the foreback and seeing what you get. So we're going to see Stuart give this roll a go. If he doesn't get the roll, possibly another triangulation. It all depends on where this ends up. If you get any hoop shot, you take it. That looks pretty short. And we're going to see some form of triangulation. He has to. Steven's going to try to give some form of advice. And yes, Tom has had a very long dinner. English beer. I'm drinking the Otter Ale currently, and it's what they have on draft here at the club. It's been very good. I haven't tried any of the others. They have Otter Ale on draft, and they also have it in bottles in the refrigerator, which I assume is only because the Americans are here. But I've enjoyed it on tap, and it's been quite good. But Paul Becker says Tom has turned his back on his teammates, it seems. I don't know where Tom is, but I promise you he's talking somewhere, wherever that may be. Okay, so he's set up, which is an interesting choice, because now, yes, he has a chance to score the hoop, but it almost forces a shot at red and yellow from 25 to 28 yards. And I think Samir's giving Debbie a spot that's wired on blue to try to, if he scores, he's going to have a really hard time hitting anything but yellow. And the goal always is the 2 versus 1, is to leave the in-lawn ball open. They're not required to leave him open because he put himself there, but yellow is open. So leave the in-lawn ball open and leave the on-lawn ball open, and then leave the ball that's on the boundary hidden. Come on in, Tom. We've got some interesting commentary. Paul Newbecker says you've turned your back on your teammates.
Me?
By taking such a long dinner. So I said, I promised Tom did not turn his back on his teammates, but he's talking somewhere. I just don't know where is what my comment.
You would be correct.
Okay, so we've had a very interesting.
Did Stuart just miss the hoop?
Stuart missed the hoop. Yep.
Ooh,
And
Samir
Samir
almost
has
just missed the hoop.
grazed red with a round of applause from the English team. A sarcastic round of applause, to be clear.
Yes, very true. But it has been a long match. We are now just past 8 p.m. at night. We started the round at about 9:30 in the morning. So, yeah, when we say this match has gone on all day, we mean it. We are at... We may hit the 12-hour mark until we get
It's a
this
possibility.
going.
It's a possibility. I don't know if we'll have enough sunlight to.
They lost the ball.
And we have a team of retrievers to go get this lost ball.
A manhunt is underway for the easiest to spot ball in the whole pack.
Yeah, I mean it's the yellow. How can you lose the yellow?
Oh, they got
We
it.
found it.
James, can you rewind it?
Rewind it.
Not on this. If you want to do that, do it on your phone or laptop.
We're trying to see where yellow would go.
Oh, they found it. They
found
it. They found it. Got to use high-tech equipment to find this yellow ball, apparently. But they got it. So,
So Debbie's giving Samir a wired spot here. I believe they've gotten it. Just based on Debbie's reaction, she didn't seem upset. Our camera angle makes this look open.
it looks wide open. But it's deceptive, maybe.
Yes.
Well, no, it has to be open because, look, they are, at best, in line with that hoop. And Stewart is almost a yard to the east of it, to the west of it. I think
You think he's got a shot?
I think he'll have something. He's trying to line this up to give them a single ball target. He overrolled that. I think Stewart can see this now. It's a very narrow target at a very long distance. Stewart is looking down the line of it. I feel like if you can see this, you have to hit it.
You have to. I mean, you just have to shoot at it. You're not going to get a better shot.
The fact that you got a shot at all is...
Yep. I don't think Steven likes not taking this shot.
Oh, boy. He just had to be open on that. Oh, get off the court.
You know, the thing I don't like about that spot, Tom, is the wiring zone between 1 and 5 is
Huge.
pretty large.
Huge. With a rush pointed right to where they need to be wired.
Correct.
You know, where would you have gone? Direct more between 1 and 5 on the south boundary?
Yeah. I think you don't want to get so far that you turn into a reception ball for red. But basically just west of...
Okay, we just got confirmation it was not open, so he had no shot. I don't know then why he was looking at the south there so much. Because he made it look like it was open.
Yeah, I like just west of the center line of 1 and 2 on the south boundary.
So they obviously are looking at this wired zone, which is quite sizable. And it'll be keep them very close to Rover Hoop. The most Stewart and Steven can hope for right now is that the rush goes off badly. They roll to a spot. They're not, at least one ball is not wired.
Yep.
And they're not able to, either they have to stay joined up with one ball open on the court, or they have to separate.
Yeah.
And then give Stewart a chance to maybe either go to his hoop or just take a free shot at something.
So they're looking at going to corner 2, which, yes, it's a wiring spot. But let's say the rush doesn't pan out and you leave it open. It's a long shot, but if he hits,
It's right by his hoop.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, Stewart hasn't showed a lot of promise that he's going to finish the turn. And making it as easy as possible by going to corner 3 just doesn't seem like a viable option.
Yeah. So let's see. Debbie here is going to, I think, no, Samir's giving her a spot, it looks like, back in their original idea. I couldn't tell. He had his mallet on the ground.
Yeah.
You can never tell with Debbie's cast, but I think, yeah. Oh, no, the corner forward is.
This is corner 3.
I thought Samir had put his mallet back on the ground to give her a spot again, but maybe not.
Okay.
It worked well. Stewart is about level with hoop 1, or in that vicinity. And it looks like it's about the corner that gives you a wire on hoop 4.
So Vay says, gents, you still not fans of the light cut rush after 3? Talking about Stevens' cut rush. It's easy, with the perspective of hindsight, it's easy to say, okay, yeah, this was the right call or not the right call. And I think Steven going for the TP there after a lot of failed attempts at breaks would have been pretty aggressive. Obviously, as he finishes it, it's a great turn that wins the match. But I just think he hadn't really put together a break in the last hour and a half. And just finishing, and, I like the thought of a 3-ball break to finish, or excuse me, 3-ball break to finish 3 hoops.
Those balls are going to virtually be in contact.
It just didn't work out that way.
I think those balls might be in contact. Yeah. Well, if that's a wired spot, and yeah, it looks like hoop 4 is blocking that. We can almost see the angle out the window. If you can see something, she wouldn't have put red on that side, though.
Just scored.
Yeah, just score the hoop. Do what I did in my match yesterday.
It is definitely wired. We've got a great angle
Yeah.
here.
Score the hoop and you might win the match. If it curves around the hoop, you might still.
He's taking a go at this.
Might as well.
Oh, I like that other camera angle.
Follow.
Oh my gosh.
I think he's triangulating.
There's no way. There's no way.
I think that's what you call, if you make a point with corner 2, that's an isosceles. A very narrow-based isosceles, if I remember my geometry lessons.
Oh my gosh. And
We apologize for our impropriety to the folks at home, but it's been a long day.
oh man. Okay. What is next? Is the question. I truly have no idea what's going next.
Oh my goodness. I've also been told I think we have to start a half hour early tomorrow.
Really?
I think so.
Oh
we
my
have like
gosh.
a 40-minute commute. Oh boy.
Wow.
We were supposed to start a round of singles today. We were supposed to finish a round of singles as we go on.
I don't think it's gonna happen, Tom.
These 2 matches have taken 4 days, Matthew. 4 days. I might need to call the airline company and tell them we're going to be a little bit longer. Can you rebook me? I'm sure our clubs don't understand. Guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but
If anybody's listening from Country Club of Sapphire Valley, I don't know when I'm getting home. That's all I have to say.
yeah, the same for grandfather.
Oh.
Ugh. How much can there be to talk about?
Just, you know,
Every shot is a 10-minute talk.
I don't know what we're going to get here. You know, to me, it makes sense to just
take your rush on blue. If you get anything towards the hoop, score it, come back to partner, set up a dolly rush to the peg.
Paul Newbecker says, is there any world in which this gets pegged down on light? Paul, it may be a necessity.
We're going to get cars out here if this has to get pegged down.
If Chris Clark won't, God will. I remember there was a match at the MAC. I played against Ian McDermott. It was a 3-game match. And
Ian DeMerg.
Ian DeMerg, sorry. Who am I thinking of? Never mind. We played one match for like 7 or 8 hours that day, and then had to still finish the 3rd game after rounds the next day. And I thought that might be the longest match I'd ever be able to see or witness, and this has taken the cake.
What was that? So he's just played a croquet shot away from blue.
Huh. They were in cont?
I'm so confused, Tom.
So what's he doing?
Why didn't red play?
I don't know.
If it doesn't work out, run back.
Right.
I'm just so confused.
Stephen Morgan out the window doesn't seem to know what's going on either. Not good when you see a participant of the game.
The English team doesn't know what's going on.
The English team also apparently does not know what's going on. Peter Rothwell says less than half an hour to sunset. Peter, half an hour might be a turn at this point.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet some amount of British pounds that are on my person that in a half hour the clips will be in the exact same positions.
I think that's a safe bet, Tom. I'm taking the over.
Taking the over. 30 minutes plus. I thought my day was rough.
Yes. He's not giving Blue a shot.
But now blue can just set up.
Hey, if blue sets, red and yellow just join.
Yeah, but then he makes the hoop and then has a shot at them.
Yeah,
Or can
I
go
like-
hide somewhere.
I like shooting at red a lot better. I don't like shooting at yellow. Yellow hits blue, goes to red, sets up a really nice lead back in corner 4, wired again.
Yeah.
But if you shoot at red, if red then shoots at yellow, now you have, a 21-yarder.
All right, they're looking at it. They're kind of looking at yellow. So this is pretty much a winner take all. I just don't think Stewart has the power to be shooting at these.
Yeah, they're just not holding their line.
It's going to hit the hoop. Slipped by the hoop.
Oh, I just
That made it look like he couldn't even see yellow because that barely escaped by the hoop.
yeah,
And that missed yellow by like a foot or so, 2 feet on the left.
it touched the hoop. It barely grazed it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I prefer your idea of shooting at red.
I know what Stewart's thinking. Okay, if I hit yellow, I have a chance to actually do something because I can take off, get position on red. But my view is if you hit red, if you miss red, you get another shot. Here, there's a chance of him having one more shot back in corner 3 with giving up the game.
Yeah. This is when association becomes interesting.
Yes, this is definitely turned a.
I'm using the word interesting very loosely.
This game has taken so many turns in the last 4 hours.
I expect fifth turn dribbles from all these people tomorrow to even it out.
Third turn triples.
Ben made a good comment earlier. He said that Stephen Morgan and Steve Mulliner could have started their singles game once Stephen was pegged out.
That's true. They could have, actually. I can't see blue on this camera.
It's off the lawn.
Did he really? That's the second or third time he's done that. Wow. This lawn must be getting really fast.
That's 2 yards off the lawn, Tom. And it got slowed down. I mean, it was hustling.
It was hustling. By the way, you weren't in the booth at the time, but when Stewart sent the ball off the lawns earlier from the south boundary, he seemed to be doing a half roll to try to get back to the ball he'd already roqueted. Do you have any reason why he would have been doing that?
I didn't see it. I just happened to walk. I grabbed my fish and chips and walked out and I saw the ball off the lawn.
Yeah, his partner was up kind of where in this corner where they're at now. He had gotten yellow north of 4 and a little bit west of it, and he had taken off to red, and instead of just stop shotting red up to 4 back and going back to his partner, he tried to do a half roll.
All right, big shot here.
Big shot. Ooh, we got a follow through. It's going. It's going. Oh!
Close miss.
I heard them kind of coaxing it on. It was on it for a minute, I think. That.
This is a lot of shots given up for a 2 versus 1.
It is, isn't it? This is not a particularly great showing on either side tactically.
I think it's more execution, Tom. Tactics are only as good as the execution behind it.
That's true.
And the execution has been pretty poor for the last 2.5, 3 hours. We're getting close to that 30-minute mark.
Let's say, when did I say that? Can someone go back and figure out what the clock is? It's got to be more than 10 minutes since I said that by now.
All right, we're going to roll to another wired spot.
Man, I was clean shaven when this match started.
Oh, man. This is something else.
So,
Well, that's nowhere near where it was standing.
all right. So, once again, trying to get some furniture in between Blue's shot and what they leave, where they leave red and yellow. Not sure. That's a hard wire because I think only hoop 4 is really impeding Stewart. Maybe hoop 5, it depends, but she went a little north, I think, of the indicated spot. Well, you can't really see from this angle either.
I know that Stewart got a chance to eat some of his food. The question is I don't think Debbie and Samir have had any chance to eat any of their food. So there's got to be some of that that's playing into the factor, right? Where
They're gonna have
they haven't had food since noon, 12:30.
Yeah. So this shot will be a significantly more dangerous one for Stewart to shoot at. If he shoots at this and misses, then you would expect if Debbie can make one hoop and peg out, it's game over. So, although
he's still.
And they've left themselves a longer rush. He did miss one of these earlier.
Yep.
Trying to force it. So, do you simply go to the line on the other side and maybe guard against a miss?
I think Samir just plays and wires on it, if that's the case, Tom.
All right, well, we might see him put fate on his hands. Jeff Sue says my hair wasn't gray then either.
We're having a great time.
Velo says Jeff Sue. Velo says Jeff Sue had a ponytail before this match. I truly do. It is one of my great regrets in my croquet life that I came in too late to see the Jeff Sue ponytail era.
Oh, gosh.
Heard faint whispers of it.
I agree with you, Pete. I have no idea what they were doing in corner 3. The only explanation that can come to mind is that the camera angles and what we thought were that they were touching, and that red should play. But the way that Samir played the shot they had to be touching because he just moved yellow, played the croquet stroke, left blue alone, and sent the croquet ball to a place that was hittable. It just it doesn't make any sense.
This is reminding me of my first tournament in AC I ever played in Central Park when no one had told me that if you go through one back with your first ball, you can just go to the back with your second. I was going to 4-back and 4-back every game. And Stuart Lawrence was the one who came up to me in the tournament and said, by the way, you shouldn't do that. I was like, that would have been great information 4 days ago. Like,
This has been painful.
Pete Trim says, I agree, Matt, that was nuts, but I'm referring to them even going to corner 3 in the first place.
Both, yes. I mean, going there was crazy. They did get the wire, which we think. I mean, Stewart shot at it. We think that was a shot at those balls. But regardless, going there in the first place, banking on the wire is crazy. It's ludicrous.
All right.
It's probably working.
So it's going to be a minute before we can get the chat back up. Our phone has died that we're using to pull it up. Yeah.
It died, so it's going to come back on.
So give us just one moment. But we know you're full of burning questions out there.
Yeah, our chat is our source of entertainment at the moment.
Because Lord knows the match that ship has sailed.
Oh, man.
All right.
We think they have a wire.
We think. No. Not even on either of them, I don't think.
No.
That's a blind man's double right there. Or they still have one ball. They still have to move one ball.
I agree with Debbie's line of play here, which was going farther up the line, possibly wiring on hoop 1. Yes, you're wiring here, but he's going to shoot it one ball. I would assume he's going to shoot it red. And if he does and the balls are very close together, you're increasing the likelihood of him getting a good rush to 4-back. You're just not going to get many shots better than this. Is it a great shot? No. But are you going to get many better? Absolutely not.
You have a rush that you can get with the forward ball.
I think Stewart's thought is, they're not going to score off this. I don't need to take this shot. But how many other shots are you going to get?
Right. They're clearly willing to play this game as long as it takes. And
You've asked that like 10 times already. How many better shots?
Well, my question here is, look, with where he's going, what shot is he hoping to get? The same distance?
Yeah.
Next time? It just doesn't make any sense.
right, just shoot at them. What on earth is he doing?
What are we doing?
There's no way.
He's not wiring. He's not that crazy.
putting the ball at
He's
their
trying to. No, he's not putting a ball there. He's trying to find the perfect spot directly across from the hoop. That's the smallest wiring spot. But my whole point here is you're finding that spot to give yourself a shot next time, which is the same length and gets up the same amount.
That's a shot right there.
This is crazy. This is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, it's truly, truly ludicrous.
Oh, yeah, kick that ball. You don't want to lose that spot.
What is he trying to do?
God forbid you lose that spot.
And now they just wire. Now they just wire.
Right. This is just shuffling.
And guess what, Tom? If they don't wire, guess what? Same exact shot you just had. Gives up the same amount, probably gives up more, because yellow's going to be on the lawn. It's just truly crazy.
Where are we at on my 30-minute mark?
Oh, we're way over that 30-minute mark. I just don't. I don't understand.
Oh, Kyle, my phone's charging it. So go get it for me real quick.
This just makes no sense.
A single person clapped for that roquet outside. We're reaching the 12-hour mark.
Oh, we're getting there.
Can you imagine if we had lights on these courts?
It would be crazy.
All right, I'm gonna pull the chat up here. I just got my phone back from charging, so we don't want to miss out on any of this. Have there been any big bets by the teams against themselves winning?
It sure seems like it, Pete.
This seems like a classic throw.
This is ludicrous.
The mob did approach me before the Solomon and just say, "Hey, you need to take a dive in the third round." All right.
John Rush says he feels like he's missed a lot. I don't know when you started watching, John, and when you stopped watching, but there's not been a whole lot of hoops scored since your last.
Now he's looking to see if he can shoot at this.
It's just crazy, man.
He's got less.
Mika Malouf says, I think they're trying to stall and go into the singles tomorrow with a 6-6 tie.
If he hits this, I'm going to lose my mind.
Jump over the hoop. It's not even close,
Not
dude.
even close.
That's where his feet are pointed.
Well,
Well,
what was the rationale?
there's another isosceles triangle.
What was the What was the rationale?
They're getting narrower.
I'm going to have to listen to this back.
I just don't get it, man.
No. No.
And it's a good rush. Oh, it's running a little long.
I think she'll be okay.
She'll
The
be
rush
fine.
back to the peg is going to be the trouble.
Well, that's okay. We can wire again. They seem fine with that.
Oh my gosh.
She doesn't like it.
Oh, that's angled.
Yeah, she doesn't like it.
Ah, it's
That
angled.
hoop. Remember that hoop is turned.
Yeah, it's turned towards
For those at home, that hoop is pointed at hoop 3. I mean, it's
very favorable right now.
yes. So it looks angled, but this is
Here we go.
it was a couple inches off center.
She's got a cut rush to get a 7-6 5-yard peg out, maybe.
She's going to wire.
Oh, please, Lord Almighty, you have to peg out. Why are we even talking? Just hit the ball and peg out. You can peg one of them out. It wouldn't matter.
Just peg one of them.
It wouldn't matter. Mattered for me yesterday, but it wouldn't matter here. The camera died. One of the cameras has died.
Oh, we're still good.
We ran out of battery on one of the cameras.
Not the only one.
Houston, we have a problem. We've lost engine 1.
That's the camera screen going out.
Yeah, that's died.
Oh my gosh.
Near to it, so that's brand new.
Yeah, Ben's saying exactly what I'm saying. You're passing up the open
Yeah.
26-yarder to take the wire 26-yarder.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It just doesn't make any sense.
All right, now the downside of this 7-yard peg out-ish is that if you hit this as a drive shot, you might send it straight to Stewart.
Just wire it on the peg, Tom, and then jump over it with the peg with striker.
Stewart's on the side like, can you take that little thing off the top? I don't want it to impede me. Hell, man, just take off and peg yourself out if you're that worried about it. Like, just leave it out there. It's not going to make a difference. What did she do? She just wired. Oh, she is wired. Oh,
She wired.
She wired. She moved the ball 6 inches.
She actually was.
This is crazy. Jump over the peg, Stuart, please. Better yet, can you ricochet off a hoop 6 and hit? Hoop 6 or hoop 5?
Honestly-
these hoops are bouncing. There's got to be a ricochet angle.
Honestly, just lag at it. I bet it curls.
I bet it does. It actually does. That's why I missed my peg out against 3 the other day. It lags a little towards the south boundary, away from the camera.
Okay.
If you go oh, Steven's down, taking a knee.
We need some aim point here.
We do. Can we get like a shoulder-mounted camera? Can we get something on the ground level? Unfortunately, the other camera died. That could have done that. All right, come on.
This will be the one he hits.
He's looking at it. Oh my God! Oh! He was looking at it a long time. If that had curled the other way just a few inches.
Grievous.
Grievous. She should do it on purpose just to do
No,
it.
Samir plays yellow. Wired.
Yes. I'm gonna take blue back to the other boundary, and we're gonna. Oh, no Grievous. Okay. It is 8:38 p.m. local time.
Gosh.
The match has gone on for roughly 11 hours and 10 minutes. If you miss this peg out,
It'd be hysterical.
Stuart's gonna 2-ball if she does. I just feel it. Stuart's gonna. That's a hell of a strike point she's got on her mallet there.
Yeah, look at that. It's right in the center.
That's a bullseye. Wait a minute. What's Debbie been doing?
Striking that thing clean, Tom.
Clean.
Let's see the other side of the mallet.
Can we get a freeze frame? What do we got? She's swinging that thing too quick. I thought I saw something that looked good. Oh. As an American, I am upset. As someone who wants to go to bed, I'm fine with it.
Say goodbye.
All right, guys. We are out of here. Signing off, signing out. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
9